Good morning, everyone, and welcome to the 2022 Asia Pacific Continental Championship for Netrunner. Today, it's really exciting because it's the top cut. It's a top cut of 8 players, and I would like to say hello to my fellow commentators who I think are there. My name is Ginevra, and with me today, I think that we have. Oh, okay. We're saying that there is a problem with the mics. Hello.
You've muted yourself on Discord.
I've muted myself on Discord. That's very silly of me. Okay, hello everyone. With me today, I have Mitchell, who is Drop Bear. Mitchell, do you want to say a couple of words just to introduce yourself?
Hi, my name's Dropbear. I am a small-time card artist and been playing Netrunner for about 8 years now. So really happy to be here, part of the LHC grid crew.
Oh, cool. And I think I also have Luke with me. Luke, are you there?
Hello, yes, I am here, still saying that capitalizing ice is incorrect.
Okay.
So that's why I got timed out.
Oops.
Yeah, I'm mad with power.
Okay. Luke, do you want to say a few words about yourself?
Yeah, for those who weren't around yesterday, I'm in Gadigal Land on Sydney. I've been TOing everything from local GNKs to Worlds, playing in them too, but TOing is much less stressful.
Cool. And I guess Juabe might be joining us a little later. I might say about myself, I'm like a kind of a newish player. I started around the end of 2020. I also became a mod or admin on GLC at around that time. And recently I've been doing a little bit of editing for Nisei. So today's the top cut, and this is for the Asia Pacific region, and this is part of a series of 3. So next weekend it's the Americas, and the weekend after that it's Europe, Middle East, and Africa. So you get kind of a little bit of a visit to different regions of the world. We don't have terribly many pictures or scenery to show you, but maybe you get a little bit of a feel of the different cultures. And one of the things that's pretty usual here, like if there's a big event or there's a festival or there's a meeting or anything kind of important, it's usual to do something like a welcome to country or acknowledgement of country. So that's what I'd like to do. I'd like to respectfully acknowledge the traditional owners of the land that Luke and I are streaming from today. They are the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation. And Drop Bear, would you mind mentioning the traditional owners of the land where you are?
I would like to pay my respects to the Ghana people, past, present, and emerging. Sovereignty was stolen, never ceased.
Yes. I'd also, and on behalf of Luke, like to pay my respects to the elders past, present, and still to come. And I would like to acknowledge any Aboriginal people who are watching the stream today or who watch the video back later. I guess this is the top cut. So were we wanting to start off by looking at the pairings that we've got on screen?
Yep, definitely.
So, sorry.
You go.
So, the top 8 is there's a couple of names here that we're not actually expecting to be missing here. I believe we have missed out on Whiteblade.
Well, he came in on 9, so he did not make the top 8, unfortunately.
Yeah. So One of the things that happened, I think, in previous years were people hadn't expected to make the second day, so hadn't like arranged their lives, so it was possible. But Luke, this is all of the people who, like, everyone has been able to make it who was in the top 8 yesterday. That's right, isn't it?
Yes, unless something changed overnight. This is in possibly even an APAC first. The 8 people who were the top 8 have made it to the second day. Life tends to get in the way. Even Bing, I think we were talking about yesterday, had to run around with the children. I think I saw Bing saying that he had to make some reparations to his family.
Yeah.
So shout out to the sacrifices one makes to play Netrunner online.
Yeah. But it's very exciting to see that everyone has been able to kind of come back and continue their run today. Did you want to discuss any of the tables and start having a look at the deck lists? The deck lists are available.
For sure, yeah. So we'll do, if we want to go through the deck list quickly on stream, there's a chat command that I'll show later. I just didn't want to spam it all at once. Definitely in terms of the breakdown, so obviously we're seeing a lot of Shaper, as we saw. 2 of, I think, the 3 or 4 Ag Infusions made it to the top cut. But a lot of NBN as well. So there's a lot of kind of strong matchups here. I don't know if we saw none of the necessarily Tag Me decks made it through from what I've seen. No, sorry, there might be the Hoshiko, which we've kind of a bit back and forth with both the outfit counterplay. We've got the one combo ob that made it. There's definitely some interesting matchups here. I think out of what we were kind of discussing yesterday, there was Bing did give us a pre-approval to see his Alice in action, which we did not see yesterday. So if they're going runner first, that would definitely be a good one to see.
Cool. And shall we just have a look through the deck lists whilst people are? I think they're having the players meeting at the moment. So
yeah. So for those who haven't followed a tournament like this before, it's part of the regulations or part of the tournament practice is that the top lists for the top 8 are open to the players. So what the top seed does in a top cut, they get to pick if they're going to run and corp, because it's a single elimination. It's a double elimination, but you play single-sided games. So as part of that, the deck lists are revealed. So everyone in the top 8 can see what everyone else is playing. There's no cheeky one-offs that are going to come out to surprise anyone. So looking what we've got here from Seed 1, Outfit is probably in a pretty good spot here. Obviously, getting a really dominating econ advantage from the bad pub and everything that comes out, but we've still got Hard and News. We've got some Tag Punishment. We've got Wake Up Call going to be doing really, really good work here, but you've also got Audacity and the other fast advanced tools to close out. The Woo is pretty much on point for what we saw a lot of yesterday, pretty much straight up and down the kind of the Meta Buster Woo that I think was the main one, but you've got the DJ Fenris here, you've got Reaver doing triggers to kind of keep drawing. So as long as Aesop's comes out early and it keeps getting fed, you'll find that between that and just playing the boat always goes well. Anything else? So, Mitch, you want to jump in?
Just noting that it's actually the outfit usually is being played in like 2 ways, which is either you go all kill or you go all fast advance. This is actually a bit of a hybrid with Harding News and Boom, just a single Boom. So if that gets trashed, your only out is Archive Memories or Spin Doctoring it back in.
Yeah. I think definitely for a lot of decks like that, once you kind of, if you're going to put them into Tag Town, it kind of tends to stay there a while because you have such an econ advantage. But particularly with decks like and you have Misdirection available, it's hard to make that stick. So I think that's going to be, seeing the outfit against like kind of those Woo decks where you have the opportunity to clot lock be kind of interesting. But we could talk about this all day, and we've got a bunch of others to look through.
Sure. Let's go to C2.
So this is Man in the Moon or Abraham.
So again, pretty much straight up and down what we were kind of seeing before, like it's like within a couple of cards, VR-cation there, the extra boat. You've also got Overclock and a couple of pieces that might play out differently. But over to Combo Ob over here, Bladderwort is definitely not necessarily what we would have seen in some of these decks. So we've actually got like a lot of random kind of damage points. CSR campaign is an interesting one that you see in OB occasionally, because it's so much about your assets here are kind of playing the -1 game, where it's like anything trashable if you need something that's in the next gap to keep churning through. But we have, I think the main port people see here is like the Bladderwort and Urban Renewal combo. So you're getting that kill across, but you've also got MCA austerity policy to try and do that tax and set up the combination here.
And I guess it's kind of inevitable with having a new identity, but a lot of the cards in this list are from Midnight Sun, whereas in the outfit, quite a few of them were well-known, like previous sets cards.
And it's an interesting deck because with the 3 preemptive action and the 3 drudge works, this is kind of not necessarily a scoring deck by any sense. It's going to kind of take its time, be able to cycle through its pieces.
I find it interesting that we've got 3 trust operations, which I've seen people rate really badly, but apparently we're seeing a couple of those now in the deck, as well as no border control, which was considered one of the instant brain snap or op.
Yeah,
you play border control, pop, get 3 thing, but that's missing.
And
yeah,
not
and
the envelopment either, which usually goes with it. Is that right?
Yeah, and I think between the excavator and the other cards here, you definitely got a lot of trash available. And even to Drop Bear's point with Trust Operation, getting that resource trash is pretty key in a lot of matchups. So I'm really interested to see how that one plays, because it's a different take on some of the more common combo orbs we've seen. And I think that might have a bit more, feels a lot more like Gagarin.
Oops. Sorry. Yep. And did we want to move on to the Cabinessa Wu?
I think we can just kind of say, as we kind of just sort of it's like, as also the Wu, you'll see a couple of those. But yeah, Bjarkation, a couple bit more pieces, a few more changes there.
River Shop Boat Wu, yeah. It's you're going to see a lot of this, especially in probably the next couple of Continentals, I think, because people have not really worked out how to get rid of endurance.
Yep.
And we've seen a lot of Retribution. We've seen self-growth program. We've seen a lot of cards that have come out specifically to kind of address the problem of the boat.
Yeah.
Wake up goals.
Yes. So let's go on and have a look at Soccer 234.
Now, the Reality Plus, we saw her on stream a bit yesterday, really moving around Drago Ivanov here to really just throw tags across, and you've got 3 Market Forces, 3 Self-Growth Pram, Subliminal, the All-Seeing Eye, and the Backroom Machinations. You've got all your different flavors of tag punishment. Mausolus becomes really good here because obviously it's hard to break consistently, and so quite often people opt to take it to the face and take the tag, and Reality Plus profits off that really well. Endless Eula is an interesting one. Obviously, higher sub ice become really important in a kind of boomerang boat meta. Sorry, carry on.
What I've really found is, the usual skips are people packing Inside Job, which they're not, because they're packing either boomerangs or boat, as everyone said. And then you got
threading,
yeah, and the other one is basically logic bombs, which I think we got no atoms in the top 8, so people just disregard it.
Not for want of trying from yourself.
We got 5 atoms this so it was the second most popular.
Yep. So yeah, and I think this is a response to some of the tag me decks you said on, but also with the ease of Drago. And there's also because as we've talked, Reality Plus is a 44 card deck. You can do 6 3-point agendas and try and win off the Backroom Machinations. And the 3 Archive Memories are basically the only way you have getting back stuff like this. 1 hard hitting news is interesting in the context. And I think you're really hoping to do a lot more work with the Drago here.
Yeah, this looks like an Azmari from 2 years ago, apart from some new cards.
No, absolutely. I don't think we saw another Reality Plus that was playing Jua and a lot of the old Azmari tricks.
Yeah.
To the lat is quite an interesting one. Obviously, 3 boats. I mean, got to do it. Into the Depths, a new Midnight Sun card we haven't seen too much of yet, but interesting little piece of value. Creative Commission, Dirty Laundry, so it's very run based, but you've still got both the Tapworm, which is and the Pad Tap, so you're going double crim taps here for a lot of corporate base drip econ, I guess you'd call it, as well as Hyperbaric as a code gate breaker, though you still have the backups there. Be interesting to see that one. I think we did briefly see Soccer play Lat, and it had a different kind of pattern of setup because you're not Aesop's based, but you still have all of the Rizekis, all of the drip econ to really get that to really build that late game inevitability. And you still got the 3 Stone Chip Chart Room here, as even without the Reaver helps as kind of a off turn draw or even just money for just a little bit of boom protection.
Yeah. That
what I
wasn't
find-
considered a card that was going to be huge, but it's getting into decklists.
People used to just run the bike that's just rotated, but just to make sure that they didn't die. It Stone Ship does what it's very useful. Probably the biggest thing is people were not as high on Lat before coming in. Like people say it's a bit of a boring idea, but I find it interesting that a lot of people are starting to go, no, actually, there's something to it, and it's instead of like other, because shapers have a lot of IDs that they can go into.
Yeah. A lot of them tend to be quite differentiating in terms of like your playstyle. Obviously, Wu tells you to do a very specific thing. Even Tau leads to a certain playstyle, but a lot of times with Lat, particularly without Stim Hack and without those kind of core damage tools where you'd have issues maintaining hand size, you can get that value quite easily. And I think this is in a position of just like being a good value shaper. I think we've got about 12 minutes or so to at least when people are going to pick sides. So we may need to move on through the last few. Those diacritics are confusing me, Ginevra. How do I pronounce the next player?
I am not totally certain. I am going to make a guess that it based on German. Yeah, Prisma or iceprisma.
Sure. We'll go with that. Tell us off in the chat.
This is the exact same deck as Soccer.
Yep, and it's a good one. Shout out to anyone I play at Australian Nationals a couple of weeks ago. I will probably have something close to this. And Lat again, straight up and down, same kind of pieces we're just talking about, which both saves up time. I think if we jump back to Soccers briefly, I think there are some different choices in breakers here, unless I've
yes, I think
kind of comparing.
So
we have we have
Yep.
Nanotka versus Ika, a couple of different changes there in terms of the actual breaker pieces, but in terms of the engine and the econ, pretty much on point. We haven't really done a rundown of countries from people, and as I will say repeatedly, as the trend, there are no non-APAC players in the APAC final. Everyone will be designated a country if they do not pick one. But are Soccer and Yaprisma metamates, or
I don't think so, because I think
well.
Soccer is in Canada and I think iceprisma is in Finland. So, not physically, but maybe virtual metamates.
Yeah, I was going to say, I definitely doubt convergent evolution on those two, but a good deck's a good deck.
Yeah, definitely.
But so over to Jai, one of the drop bears.
Yes. This one's an Azmari instead of a Reality Plus, but again, the small, being able to have a limited number of agendas.
Yep, and here's that duo that we saw in the stream yesterday. But definitely, as we've seen on the kind of Azmari thing, but you've still got the re-education Neurospike straight off the board here, so you've got that threat. Just the one hard-hitting news, but you've still got the 3 seamless launch, which does pretty good work if you have a re-education coming off the board, or even just off Drago Ivanov. Yeah. So it just for those who've been playing Netrunner for a while, just the idea of like, okay, I haven't run, I've sat here building up, I've got money, and Drago Ivanov's here, so I don't care about all of that. Have a tag anyway. And as we saw in some of the games yesterday, doesn't trash. So if Drago can be protected for some time, you can keep kind of intermittently throwing tags across at the runner, and they are forced to deal with it.
Yeah.
You could
The
probably
other
almost
thing is the neurospike. 2 neurospike, I think, will alter the play patterns that Chai's wanting to do.
I used to play Azmari at Neurospike, although not in this sort of like boom secondary win condition. It can just win you games just by going, okay, I install advance. Did you run it? No? Game over. That's it. It's so fast sometimes. You can win sometimes on like turn 4.
But you definitely don't have the wide suite that those Reality Plus decks have in those tag punishments. You're still leaning into, well, even Predictive Planogram has value, but you've only got the one hard hitting use. But even just, as we kind of saw yesterday, the Court Basic Action card has tag punishment built in sometimes.
Yeah.
I think we should probably move on to the Hoshiko.
Yep.
Is it a tag list?
Doesn't
It is
look like
not.
it.
Oh,
It is just good, solid value Hoshiko. So we've got pad taps, boomerangs out of Crim here. We've got Stargate as your R&D punishment. Botulus is, helps with the boomerangs for just the occasional trigger piece of ice. You do have 3 Hippo. 3 Patchwork is something we code that checks out in terms of value off some of your other installs.
no Sabotage. I'm sad.
Nope.
But you still got Steel Skin Scarring. You still got the Stone Chip Chart Rooms as a little bit extra draw or boom protection.
Yep. Usually you'd probably run Mercs before this before the new set came out. But yeah, I think Stone Chip, just as a 2-of import, is actually a pretty good call.
Yeah, only 1 influence, and obviously you don't have to worry too much about playing around Mercs and the tags quite as much. So, on top of your other protections, just a little bit more insurance. Only 1 liberated account, which is an interesting one in some Anarch decks. Normally when you're going to that line, you kind of want all the money you get out of there. But you still got the Dream Net and the Daily Cast, so what do I know?
Decks are really running fast nowadays, so just even needing to take an entire turn off to empty the liberated accounts is sometimes just not fast enough.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll move on to Bing. Now, these ones are probably going to take a bit more brain power, if I remember right. Might be something a bit different.
So Bing is also a drop bear like Jai, but very different lists. Infusion.
So immediately the number of 1-ofs in this Ag Infusion scare me personally. There seems like there's a tool for everything at the right time. But just like scaling, we've got new card Anemone out of Midnight Sun, IP Block and Magnet, Hansei Review. So there's just a lot of odds and ends here. So in terms, even you've got a 1-off Mwanza.
Stray game,
I would say,
if you want.
Yeah, it's such an interesting deck because in terms of I don't even know if necessarily it's better or worse than the top cut with decks open. If you were playing this in Swiss, you might be thinking of something different, and you get a ganked or a Mwanza or something you didn't even expect. Even now in an open deck list, you kind of have to look at that and go, well, that upgrade could be one of these 4 things, and I have to deal with them in 4 different ways in that hypothetical universe. But you've got the one market forces as tag punishment here. On top of notably just going down, other than the IP block, no real way to tag.
Some archived memories to bring back a few of the 1-offs.
Snare being a good point. You will occasionally, and I guess if you're trying to race a deck like Ag Infusion, you might be inclined to leave the tag.
I think in this case, this is the most toolboxy. You can't tell what's going to be installed on a server with this, which is going to be interesting.
It is also, and ScapeNet being one we haven't seen in some time.
Yeah.
I can't remember. This is
virtual or chip removal.
Yeah, I was going to say it's your virtual resource removal.
What's virtual?
I guess. Caldera.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. Cool.
Why don't we move on to the Alice Merchant? Double Apocalypse.
Yeah, straight off the bat, we've got Apocalypse, we've got Bravado, we've got Hopper Shoot. Obelus, 1 counter surveillance, which is maybe a little bold, but I mean, if you only need 1 to win the game, you only need 1 to win the game.
It's
Overclock and moshing, jailbreak, like it is. You've got enough general, I suppose, multi-access to make good with the Obelus, but yeah, this is going to be a fast and brutal deck.
Yep. And some labor rights to bring back whatever you might accidentally trash with Shiro and so on.
Mm-hmm.
it's
Yep.
not a traditional like tag me deck. It's more of a
No.
if I get tagged, I've got ways to just continue playing the game.
For sure, and being in this position where you have the option of both counter surveillance and apocalypse puts Alice in quite an interesting spot, because you'd be inclined, I guess, to defend about both of those a little differently. Like counter surveillance, you kind of want to stack R&D and have multiple things there, whereas apocalypse, you want sometimes things a bit wider. So you're kind of putting pressure in both directions is interesting.
Yep. I think we can move on to Odol.
Yep. Odol, we saw a fair bit on stream yesterday. But we did see this Ag Infusion do some real work in terms of how fast it could be. The 3 more ones are really important. I think we saw more than 1 double snaring yesterday.
I hate it. Oh, that's.
Mwanza is kind of fun for both parties sometimes. It's not my most hated upgrade in the game. That I reserve that for Kayambe.
True.
And again,
we've got. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was just saying there's a lot of one-off upgrades, although obviously a lot of Mwanzas.
Yeah, but like your Anoetic Void and your Mavirus, like they're kind of relevant in some matchups and not always. Hawk Soaker is just like a nice little bit of chip damage. Honestly, one of my favorite cards ever in the game, Thimble Rig, is just good fun a lot of the time. But we've also got Predictive Planogram for a little bit more econ. Subliminal Messaging always helps with Anoetic Void. Data Loop being really key here. We've got all 3 data loops to make scoring out Obokata protocols just that little bit easier.
I'm surprised they're running 3 send a message over like Niseis or Nisei Mark IIs or there's actually Jinteki has a lot of choice in their agenda suite, so send a message is interesting.
Yeah, but having said that though, with the kind of the high cost, like really punishing Ag Infusion Ice you can boot people into, you do have Anansi's, you've got DNA Tracker, you've got a lot of targets where send a message, even when you lose one, can be a nice little tempo boost for you.
That's true. And we got Smoke.
Got Smoke. Again, as probably I can't even see people in the chat at the moment, but like people seeing Smoke in the top cut is happy for a lot of people. But so we've got A, just Smoke and B, just a proper stealth rig here with After Image and Penrose. Still got Cleaver as an option here. But you've still got your Mantles, your Takobis. Netmuker being a classic Smoke tech. What else kind of jumps out here? So we've still got Anacam, so we've got like a lot of event economy, only the 1 simul chip. But of course, the twinning being we see in a lot of places, where you would see a lot of credit spent from counters. So, for example, a stealth deck.
Doesn't fire off of Smoke's ID, but it does fire off of everything else, including, I believe, Netmerker and all that stuff.
Yeah,
and of
including
course,
Netmerker, Trickster Taka, your Mantle. You got a lot of pieces there we'll kind of go through.
Yep. Apart from not running Boat and running Ancham instead, I think this is a pretty standard Smoke deck, actually.
Yeah, I think the thing with a stealth deck like this, you do not have the econ that the Wu deck would need to necessarily stomach putting down an 8-cost boat.
Yeah.
You tend to run a bit leaner because all of your break starts coming off, your Tarkas and your Netmakers and your other stealth credits. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see that one in action, particularly how it plays out with some of the more asset-based decks we've seen already.
And Odol's kind of known for specializing in Smoke, isn't that right? That's like something they've brought to many, many tournaments, obviously with changes for the new Midnight Sun cards.
And there's always a case of like, with a deck that you know so well and know all the angles of, particularly as I say, when you run so economically lean as Smoke, like being able to have a really strong idea of what you need to do in any scenario beats any kind of tech sometimes.
Shall we move to the last?
We probably might need to move on to actually watching a game.
Profwacko. Is games up at the moment?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So profwacko, we saw about 85 times on stream thanks to Juabe yesterday. Anyway, but yes, we can see good stuff. Sable and Acme, the 3 date awards. What do you need? What else do you need to know?
Cool. Do you want to select a game to visit and we get started?
Yep, I'm thinking we might want to jump into Bing and Soccer's game.
Okay, just getting set up for a few moments and then we'll be into the games.
Yep, all right, we're all good if we want to jump onto Soccer and Bing's game.
Okay, just one moment here.
So it is a Lat versus Infusion.
And I'll just see if we can resize. Okay, so been getting set up with the Infusion, a server and an ice and also a hedge fund.
As I said, really interesting to see after having just seen the deck list, like what kind of one-offs and what kind of toolboxes Bing has here for something that's a kind of straightforward shape of good stuff like Lat might be.
So that's starting out with Stone Chip Chart Room, drawing 2 cards, a Sure Gamble, Pad Tap, and also a Creative Commission.
Not taking the open centrals bait.
No. So
got
that
money,
was a
got place.
And then installing a card and double advancing it.
Yep, so going straight back in. Obviously, the pad tap off the Rashida was a good call. But as we've talked about before, like particularly if with Bing's going to need to go as fast as he is, you really need to stomach trashing the pad tap as early as you humanly can. But with just like completely naked centrals, Bing may not necessarily feel he has the time.
And now we're going to the NGO or Oboka. That's it's a bit of a dare basically, and I'm not sure if Soka's gonna take it because there's not much he can jump through. For that one ice in turn 3 is painful.
Yeah, there's a lot of things it could be that would be a really bad time without any more setup from Soccer, but Soccer did have a good start of their own, so may not necessarily want to feel like they need to contest it, but, open Stargate on R&D, why not? Yeah.
Answering Anoetic Void, Archives Memories, and ScapeNet.
Yep, so the one of Anoetic Void might be a pretty good trash. The Archive Memories also kind of slows it down. Don't necessarily think there's anything that Lat's concerned about with ScapeNet. Have to have a look at the deck again. But yeah, not a lot of value for him, but at least as anything, even if you don't get a good Stargate hit, and seeing the 3 cards off R&D and having that lock is always pretty good.
Yeah, apart from single chip, pretty much nothing.
Okay, decided to trash the Archive Memories, making another run on R&D and trashing the Anoetic Void as well. Yeah,
that I won't say it's the right play. It's the play I would have made. NGO front, so can't get that bait. What do we think about R&D? That's the one of Mwanza.
Probably, and it's going to become a question of whether you want to take the risk of maybe hitting a snare.
Yeah, but again, it is the inadvertent, possibly mind games of Bing's deck. You just kind of go, well, I've seen this could be one of 4 things.
Actually, Stargate doesn't fire the Mwanza, does it? So
So there was a
Yep.
draw there. So
But it could be.
Stargate is
I was
seeing
about to say
Crash.
could be.
Yeah.
I was about to say it could be Crisium Grid.
There is Crisium Grid.
So just only the top card and going to have to pay to trash.
Yeah.
So that's one turn of Stargate not firing.
Yeah. I mean, definitely. I think Bing probably would have preferred an ice there, but
Lat
in
putting
terms
out
of just
Beth, and also was there a Shore Gamble in there? Yep.
was indeed. And Beth's going to do some work here for a little while, given the econ advantage Bing
Found
might
the
have
ice.
for a while.
Bing finding
Found the
ice for
ice.
R&D and an upgrade for HQ.
Okay, and then now we're just playing the game. Is that a Mwanza or is it just a ganked or something? There, you have to suddenly have to respect it. Could be anything.
Yeah, and Bing also now at 16 credits.
Mm-hmm.
So
as
that's
we say,
allowing Beth to offer an extra click.
Yeah.
None of these decks are running deep dives, are they? So no extra click from Beth. Oh, except for, of course, Sable.
I was going to say the Sable. But other than that, again, one of those cards we kind of probably saw a lot of in the Swiss and a lot of in startup. But it's interesting that more of those didn't make the cut. To some of the conversations we were having last week, we can kind of see in the top 8 a lot of the decks being expressed are ones that have a lot of consistency and a lot of options. Where suddenly open information and experience starts to play out. We've got the Hyperbaric coming down with the rigging up.
Yeah.
So that's going to slowly start building.
And another Stargate.
Another Stargate.
That's a risky Stargate.
So there's a Thimble Rig is the ice rest.
Mm-hmm. So Hyperbaric's definitely not going to care about Thimble Rig for some time.
That's an agenda.
Yep. Send a message, archive memories, or arc lockdown. That's what the Stargate's saying.
Well, I think you'd take the arc lockdown if you're concerned about a few deck, or the archive memories, because you can pretty much just go back for the send a message. There is the option, though I don't believe. No, I was going to say
Trash
Bing
the archive
didn't take
memories.
it. Yeah, Bing didn't take the option. Could have swapped the Thimble Rig with one of the unresed ices if he thought it was something meatier in the scenario.
So Soccer drawing a card.
Mm-hmm.
And using Dirty Laundry.
Yeah.
Make money while stealing agendas.
Yeah.
I was going to say, there's other than Spin Doctor or other kind of things, there's almost probably the...
so send a message. Paying for the Anansi on server 1, which is now swapped with the Thimble Rig.
And then swap with Thimble Rig, yeah.
And scored a longevity serum from server 1.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And that then makes sense in terms of why not the swap, because you figured you would get the Anansis for free.
And Bing taking back archive memories, and Anoetic Void into R&D.
Yeah.
Still one unknown in archives, but archive memories is a pretty good card to get back.
Yes.
Particularly with a number of one-offs and back and forth. That
declined to use to trash, so yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So could mean no agendas, could mean representing that there are no agendas in hand.
To represent that 3 snares.
Yep.
So Soccer getting a diesel again to draw cards.
Now that is a grip that you want to be able to run, find the Aboka with. So could that be like trying to go, maybe we should have a look at HQ with that?
Okay,
nope,
so
going for
Dirty Laundry into archives. So that was a Hansei review. Yeah, nothing surprising really in that.
No, and I think particularly the position that Lat is in currently, wanting to play more around getting pieces down, maybe than necessarily risking the double snare this early. Also, with Bing being on 5 cards, you maybe want to play out 2 here and try and do the Lat match.
Okay, another draw. So using Into the Depths, into the empty server 1.
Yep, but getting the value off the ice pass, which is good.
Yep, and putting out a tap 1.
Yep.
So that'll be 2 credits every turn, or even more if Bing starts the money up.
Mm-hmm. And again, much like the dilemma of the pad tap before, like at some point you're going to want to purge. It's a
Been
question of when and do you have time.
quite a lot. Some ice on server 1.
Mm-hmm.
He's thinking about this last click.
Yes.
What to install?
Yep.
Or
Well,
just
just
Nope.
or
Game
what
money.
I was about to say, or what to trash in that scenario.
So Soccer getting a card and 2 credits from Tapworm.
Yep.
surprised he's not didn't get out the Sentry Breaker and just went, oh no, I want a Tapworm instead. But I guess not focusing on Stargate R&D is part of his thought process right now.
Yeah, and even then, you don't want to be repeatedly breaking a Nancy.
Yeah, that is true.
I don't think Soccer really feels the pressure at the moment. Got
Drawing
the
again,
econ
using
set up.
rigging up to install Endurance.
Oops.
Yep,
Going into Archives.
yep, and just with that open archives, just the extra run now and again, just to keep your boat topped up, is going to go pretty well.
And there's a
And
Rozeki.
yep.
And now with the boat out, you don't really need to worry about a Nazi. You do pay for power counters,
Yeah.
but if Ag Infusion bounces you into it, you've got it out.
Exactly right. Yeah, you in terms of unless you have to get taxed out of them, you're not too as worried about your Ag Infusion surprises. But then going for that, like this pretty strong econ startup, like you're going to be getting Tapworm value until Bing finds time to purge, and then the Rozeki, and then your Beth, feeling pretty set up for a while.
There was a screenshot yesterday that was soccer on over 100 credits, so this deck can make money.
Yeah.
Been taking some time to think through just after the mandatory draw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, with one of the breakers out already, and Hyperbaric, I guess, will eventually start ticking up. But you've got the boat, so your threats are limited. Really got to start thinking about how he wants to get to the win from here.
There's not a lot of boat destruction in Ag Infusion, so nothing that's going to make no tricks really.
Something in server 1 with 2 advancements. And
Here
yes,
comes
there is
Shell
a
Game.
Scape Net in Archives.
So we've seen one NGO front. Is this a second, or is this the agenda, or is this something else? Is it?
Could be the Ronin, like it.
Oh, geez, yes, there is a Ronin in this deck.
Yes, there is. Okay, so an Ika.
He's going for it.
To server 1.
Yep.
Let's find out. Okay, it was the NGO front. Popped.
Yep. So we're going to see something
that's
beefy
a
here. The
Chiashi.
DNA track. Oof.
Well, good news. You do have boats to survive.
Yep. That's a lot of money to be thrown at a card that gets boated.
Okay, this is the Stargate into the Anansi on R&D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
No, Eco has been moved there.
Yeah. So Soccer's probably feeling a pretty good position here with the econ over Bing to start doing that R&D pressure. Has seen an Aiki, another Chiashi, and another Anansi. So taking the Anansi out seems a good play. That's probably the one you want to be paying. Yep, that's the one you want to be paying for the least. And I think in the position you're at, like Aiki, with Hyperbaric, you still have that option. Like that's always going to be over strength. It's just a little bit of tax. If not, you get the runner draw off it. Chiashi, Bing might not be in a position to res a second Chiashi for some time.
Bing starting off with a hedge fund and Soccer's pad tap still working.
Mm-hmm.
R&D is now double.
Drawing and an extra ice on R&D.
And yeah, there's the contemplation of, do you trash the Anansi to get rid of the Ica, but Lat does have 2 Simul chips coming around, so that's,
Okay,
hard to swallow.
Stargate again. I guess checking whether Bing is in a situation to res. Oh no.
You trash, yeah. You so Ag Infusion allows you to bounce people to your most annoying ice, and in this case, it's going to be boat counters everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, they are reducing quite rapidly.
Yeah, and obviously because it has an ETR on it, you only have to spend the 2 boat counters if you don't want to go to that server just now, which is fair. Easy run on archives to get the boat counter back. Yeah, so Bing's looking like they're in a bit of a spot here. More and more breakers are coming out. You've got the kind of boat doing work, so the plan to kind of tax them out here is quite tricky.
Just put down a daily cast for extra money.
Yep.
Yeah.
And you still have the both flavors of tap, kind of getting soccer more and more money as you sit there. In terms of, you've got the Chiashi being big and beefy, but it's hard to work out how you get to a server win from here.
Okay, so server 1 has a card and 2 advancements. Soccer just collecting start of turn money from many places.
So,
14
realistically thinking, if this is a Oberka, they can definitely steal this because there's still 17 in the stack. They're not in any danger of being potatoed out. You can pretty much. I don't think there's anything that could stop endurance from breaking Shirashi once you've run it on archives. So, do you go? Is it the agenda or is it not? Because they have to. It's I know, they know. You can definitely get in if they wanted to, but do you want to?
And the position Soccer's in, obviously, with between Beth, Tapworm, Rizeki, Daily Cars, like that's just 5 credits, at the start of the turn. So even once the barrier breaker comes online, like checking that Chiashi every turn is going to suck, but you've only got to do it when it matters. And Bing doesn't even have the option of trying to like swap the thimble out for the Anansi to try and make that server a bit more taxing, because it just means you're going to get Stargated for extremely cheap.
So, realistically thinking, it can obviously be the 5/3s, but it can also be a Ronin. So it is going to be even more worth it to just run it. Just even if it's just Ronin, just trash it.
I don't think you're really afraid of Ronin at this point.
Okay.
Trashing the
Tapworm trash to get a paperclip.
Yep.
And then also using Into the Depths.
Be sad to see the definitely sad to see the Tapworm go for the econ it's worth, but got places to be.
Would you use boat counters or would you pay 7? That's a question.
Well, I think you do pay 7 because those boat counters are going to be relevant to you in the long term.
There's the Ronin.
It was a Ronin.
I mean, yeah, like 3 net damage wasn't going to do it for you. Like you can't really see a kill coming off that in this scenario. But you never know. Maybe could have gotten lucky.
But just an annoyance, really, and
yeah, and Into the Depths there kind of gave the value of the extra money and everything.
Yeah,
and also the charges, I think, was the option.
So, Bing icing HQ using an archives memory to get back a Crisium grid and an upgrade going on R&D.
Yep, which may or may not be the Crisium grid, but seems pretty good in terms of trying to prop up the Stargate a little bit.
Yeah, momentum's all going to Wave Soccer because both NGOs are out.
Soccer getting a pad tap, a stone chip chart room and
Yep.
creative commission.
Yep, and he can afford to just have a setup turn as well. So because there's not much that the corp can do.
Corp also just gaining credits.
Mm-hmm.
He
Something
never.
that, but has also swapped Thimble Rig onto HQ and put something unseen into the base of server 1. Could be anything, or could just be fuel for the Infusion boot.
Yep. Soccer using Diesel.
It is important to remember that Infusion Boop does kind of function as a build your own border control. So it can sometimes matter, especially if you have this server that you need to run on twice or maybe 3 times.
Choosing Stargate again. Yes,
Whereas,
it was a Crucium grid.
Yep.
Paying 5 to trash.
Yeah, and we're just seeing that that value of Eka there. Even an ice as big and nasty as an answer is only getting broken for 4.
and being able to trash Crisium Grid, usually that's 5 costs of trash. Most decks go, oh, I need a miss bones, or I need I need input. Nope, just pay the 5.
Yeah. Keeping endurance charged and trashing Perusia and using a shore gamble.
Yeah, Perusia not not exactly relevant, and also you don't have the MU because you're busy being set up.
So, I gotta ask, you're the corporation in this situation. You see the board that the runner has set up, you know that they are technically in endgame. What are you thinking? What's your outs in this situation?
So an ice on R&D, by the way, and Stargate going straight into it, no res.
I don't know, you've really got to just hope your R&D holds up and try and get some taxing pieces down.
Okay, so Soccer
I guess,
seeing
yeah.
archive memories, an enemy, and preemptive action.
Yeah, that anemone I would probably trash in this scenario, but again, I'm not in the top 8 because the preemptive action, the archive memory is also pretty good. Because I think one of the last win conditions the corp might have is anemone into Obokata. But with Stone Chip Chart Room on the other side, even that is pretty tenuous.
Just having a look for chat. Soccer does have 1 mad dash, so that is an option.
An enemy got trashed.
Yeah.
Can preemptive all the enemies back in. But yeah, that's not gonna. This is starting to become a bit dire. 7 charges on the boat.
Yeah. And yeah, without any ways to sink a boat, that's just going to get uglier. Particularly with all your breakers mostly set up. They are all set up, including Eka.
Just to remind everyone, this is not elimination. This is just the top half of the bracket. So whoever loses here does drop down, but still has a chance to go through the lower bracket.
Yeah.
There's the Simul chip install.
And an extra Stone Chip chart room.
Yeah.
Normally, I wouldn't point this out, but 8 cards left in the stack, so potatoing them out is an option.
Yeah.
I don't necessarily think that Bing has enough net damage to really make that viable. There isn't a lot of consistent chip damage. You do have anemone and stuff that might work, as I say, to try and block an Obokata install. But even with the stone chips, they're without a stack, they'd suddenly become less relevant. You're right.
Yeah, it's just something that you just have to keep in the back of your mind. You are playing with a finite resource.
But definitely with as much drip econ as a lat has, and with all of the boat set up and all of your breakers, there are only so many more cards you need.
Yeah. It's just an issue for Obo, which is with two extra send a message. I think he's not that worried.
Okay, so that's an archive memories. To get Crisium grid again.
Mhm.
Keep denying the
And
Stargate.
something on R&D.
Yeah, so we haven't seen this second piece of R&D ice. I suppose you can represent just bouncing them into the Chiashi again, because that is still 7 credits to deal with, or the boat counters, I suppose. That's actually only 2 boat counters. So yeah, it's hard to see what was out. There's a comment in chat, like I think you got to bite the bullet and leave Thimblereg here for this turn so you can try to swap the Chiashi in and shore up your R&D a bit.
Stargate.
Stargate again. No res on the outermost ice still.
It does cost you 3 to res Crisium grid, right? So
It does indeed.
it is technically a bit of a tax on the corp.
Yeah, it's not something, and that's happened twice already with archive memories, and for really something that is 2 clicks in the archives to play and then res 3 just to deny 1 Stargate run.
Yep, that was an ice swap, wasn't that? Thimblerig from inner
correct.
to outer, but not. Still unknown what the current inner is.
Yeah. But I think that might be just a piece of setup that Bing's going to swap that with the Chiashi now and put the Chiashi out the front. Oh no, it swaps it with the Anansi. Okay, I see.
Yep.
This is like, and again, like the beauty of Thimblerig for some of ice that really care about position, like Ag Infusion do, and you really can just kind of fix your ice setups over a long enough time scale.
Bing just gaining 2 credits and using the preemptive action.
Yeah, one of I think 3 being had, so trying to get some of those pieces back.
Double archive memories back. That's a bit of a. You just keep recurring whatever you want. But
and an
NGO
front, so it won't be clear. All right, Stargate again. A question if there will be a res on the innermost ice.
Or a boop.
Yeah. Thinking is what Bing says.
So this is approach. So no res. Apparently, so we're thinking about the Ag Infusion
No,
and the Ag Infusion. Yep.
So costs you two boat counters out of your 7, and obviously you eat the ETR because you don't really care about going further into that server.
Yeah, into the
yeah, but for click 1, obviously, yeah, not great for Stargate.
Stargate. Second Stargate installed.
Yeah,
going after R&D again.
Yeah, flickers it off with the simul chip, so gets a new trigger for it, which is a clever piece of play.
Seeing Celebrity Gift, iKey, and DNA Tracker.
Still not seeing anything in R&D with Stargate, so you got to start thinking
Might be
where
somewhere else.
might be that that HQ has been protected by that Mwanza for a while.
Yeah. Having said that, though, with the with your the longevity serum out and it's 3 Obicatas and 3 send a message, it's not a very agenda dense deck.
That is true.
But it's, as always is the case in Netrunner, when you find them, you will find them all at once.
Yeah, and that was just a DNA tracker trash. And an ice on archives now.
Yeah, I mean, A kind of denies the cheap boat runs, also gives you something to potentially swap in with this Thimble rig setup.
Yeah. So some drawing is the rest of the corpse turn.
So this will be a clean Stargate because he did draw 2 cards.
Yep.
Although he hit 3, I just realized only 3 credits. Sorry, only 4 credits. So
Okay, Stargate again. Oh, no
Yep.
credits now. Yeah.
There's a send the message.
Also a
Yeah.
snare
Oh, there's one snare and a send a message.
and a preemptive.
Almost be tempted to take the snare out here. Because, I mean, you're not necessarily feeling threatened, and if you know where the sender message is going to be, you can always go get it later. But, yeah, I think also just taking the sender message, getting to 6 points is a perfectly valid play.
Or 7, because you do have Mad Dash.
Very correct.
Although we haven't seen it yet.
Going to have to get through whatever the Archives ice is.
That's
Actually,
correct.
No credits.
But,
you might with the boat, though.
I was going to say 7 boat tokens can guarantee a lot there.
you can also boop the Mad Dash with Ag Infusion. So
good point. Yep.
Although I'm guessing that if you do that, the next click is just run it again. So, so it's taking a while to think about this.
Yes.
Yep.
But definitely removes the win here. Yeah. Preemptive action, I guess, also is something you don't necessarily want them in a Stargate setup. I think all of them are good targets, but as I say, I think personally I'd go the snare because of this Mwanza setup, and you know you're going to want to go back to HQ. If you just let agendas pile up in HQ, what like we might suspecting is happening. Knowing at worst you can face a double snare and not a triple snare is pretty important in that scenario. Okay, so we've gone for the sender message.
Deciding
That's fair.
to trash send a message and
Yep.
Going into Archives.
Yep, without the Mad Dash.
Res or boop?
Only 10 credits. I mean, a boop's not a bad idea, but there's still a click remaining, so they just go in again.
Okay.
Anemone. So is he going to take the HQ trash? He is. So just doing straight 2 net damage.
There's nothing that can spike Archives off the top of my head. Oh,
Okay.
hey!
And now the res is,
the bait. Okay.
Yeah. And definitely the way around to do it. Like you test it first, but now that it's resed.
That is a very smart play.
Yeah.
And that's a good game.
Alrighty, yeah.
Well done.
And you can do a lot with 7 boat counters and 0 credits, it turns out.
Yep. Very hard for a corp to hold off.
Runner, credits gained over 100. Credits spent, 105.
Yeah.
Every single credit is worth it.
Yeah. As commented in the chat, obviously, Anemone Res still the right play there because you could have gotten lucky and hit the Mad Dash out of hand. Just got unfortunate they didn't.
Yep. And being just revealing both anemones.
Yep.
So that was a pretty good game, I would say. Soccer makes it through to the semi-finals upper bracket. Well, unfortunately, Bing will drop down to lower brackets round of 8.
Yeah. So we don't have any other games running at the moment. That would have been the last one. And Table 3 was asking for no stream anyway. So
okay.
How much time do we have left in this round? We've got 40 seconds. So
everyone's reported. So we do have round 2 pairings up.
Okay.
Yep.
Just one moment, and I'll double check the pairings. Okay, so this is round 2.
Another comment from the chat about the back and forth with the Mad Dash there. Obviously, you also have the option of just not doing the res, letting it go to kind of defuse Mad Dash. 6 points is better than losing.
But tough position to come back from.
And again, it's just like the one of the back and forth in high level play. You know each other's deck list. You know the Mad Dash, the threat. Where Soccer has to sit there and think, is this the turn it all happens?
So just for everyone to know, I believe the top part of the table is the upper bracket. So we have arlekj and iceprisma in uppers, as well as Odol and soccer. And then Professor Wacko, Jai, maninthemoon, and Bing in lower.
Okay.
Okay.
Thinking about people who've asked not to be streamed for a bit, where would you like to be looking to go next?
I think table 5 might be an interesting one here because we've just seen soccer. We saw some Odol yesterday. We'll probably see them again.
We actually haven't seen either of the
but
people on table 5 yesterday. So that would be quite interesting. Just
Yeah.
waiting a few moments for people to set up again in their tables.
So, just while we're waiting, what do you think about? I think this is one of the more interesting parts of this championship. 7 sports medal, none in top 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. My hypothesis yesterday was like, obviously we saw a lot of Shaper in the top cut, which with Clot Lock would have done a lot to kind of knock that out of the field, or it just got unlucky.
I would say, yeah. A lot of people slowed the clot, and a lot of people slowed boat sinking, but it wasn't enough to bring down the woos. So that's going to be interesting.
And it'll be interesting to see, as we see in some of these Reality Plus decks and Outfit as well, like what that back and forth is about trying to kill the boat or trying to slow down the runner of those.
Yeah. Table 5 would be Weyland Fast Advance with Outfit, I would say. Although very incidental Fast Advance or multi-win condition Weyland. We're seeing a lot of multi-win conditions. Like no one's going just straight kill, no one's going straight Fast Advance. It's the decks that are like, I can win multiple ways, and you have to just I have to be able to work out how to play against like Shaper, or how to play against a fast Tag Me deck, for example.
Is that, do you think, because it's relatively early on and people are not sure, this being one of the, or maybe the first big tournament, and people are not sure what's best, so they're kind of hedging their bets with a number of win conditions, or do you think that will actually continue?
I think the latest card pool allows you to make that decision and go, I can actually do a lot of toolboxy things with my win condition. And especially the other thing is also you do need that multiple win conditions, especially in a like format where if you do go up against the one deck that counters you, that can drop you down to a level that might not be able to make top 8. Wait and see.
Yes. So, I mean, I guess one of the interesting things we'll be seeing next weekend when it's the Americas Continentals, which of these decks get picked up and other people take them forward, or which of these decks maybe...
I think a lot of people will be looking at this going, that's a lot of Shaper. We need to start working out how to deal with boat.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm actually surprised. There is Sable has shown up as one, but there is a lot of Crim in the meta right now, which is also something that you have to work out. Not a lot of deep dive in top 8, but it is something that you're going to see in Swiss. So people are also going, we have to work out how to deal with deep dive too.
I guess, and also, I guess the Alice, instead of being deep dive, is APOC. So the kind of similar cards and maybe slightly similar play patterns behind both of those.
Yeah.
But am I right in thinking everything else is Shaper?
Pretty much everything,
except
like
those two.
Yeah, and Hoshiko, but Hoshiko is just good stuff Anarch. Good stuff Anarch is always going to pop up, and because a lot of players just love playing it.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
Yeah, definitely.
Cool. We're going to head over to table 7 a little bit once they open.
Okay.
All good. So this will be Jai versus Professor Wacko.
Yep.
And Wacko will be on the runner.
Yep. And Jai on corp.
So
if we've got a brief moment beforehand, I'd just like to remind myself, so Jai's on the Azmari EdTech, and profwacko is on Sable, as we were just talking about.
Yep, so this is the
One deep
Neurospike. Yep, this is the Neurospike Azmari deck, so
from Jai.
that is something that you have to just keep in the back of your mind sometimes. And so it in a lot of matchups, it never fires, but it can fire, and it can catch you off guard sometimes.
Yeah.
As for Sable, just one on the deep dive.
Yep, that's correct.
To be fair, you don't have a lot of it is 5 influence, but yeah. So deep dive's not actually been. I think that's the only deep dive card in the entire top 8.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people were thinking that there'd be more.
Yeah, I certainly think they were more expected. Yeah.
Is it a matter of people running a lot of like 2-3 agendas and 3-2 agendas and like 3-1 agendas and it just didn't make sense, or is it just
that was certainly
I
what the sports medal were doing, but the corps that got through are often on quite big agendas, 5-3.
Yeah, and you'd think that and that's what deep dive's supposed to be really good at. Is you steal the 3-point agenda, and if you've got the click, you can steal 6 points technically, if you get lucky. But yeah, I'm surprised it's hasn't made its way through.
Informally, I've heard a lot of people saying that sometimes deep dive whiffs, and I guess that might be behind one of the concerns.
That is true.
And in some ways, the same effort is required for APOC, but APOC happens. If you can get through that, if you can get through running all central service, then
it's 2 different sides, because APOC relies you on having a board state that is a lot that you can go, yeah, I don't care about all of my stuff being trashed. I'm going to win the game just by having nothing installed. And a lot of runner decks are like, no, I want to set up my engine. I want to set up my entire play, like my entire end game board, and then I can win the game.
Yeah, and it certainly makes it easier economy-wise, and in planning to do a deep dive. But maybe just one of is enough.
Well, we'll have to see. Just waiting on the timer as everyone relaxes for a bit before the second round.
Yeah. And so it will be Jai on corp and profwacko on runner.
We have the no, we do have the top 8 pairings as we go through, so we can see the results.
Sorry, you were wanting to see the results of the last round?
No, I was like, we had seen it. I was just checking we had it in Cobra in terms of who's standing where.
Yep. I think this is actually something that we should probably point out.
Oops.
Entirely runner wins.
Last
4 runner round. Wins. Yep. So I'm not sure if I'm just trying.
Something I will just point out, because we are apparently going into a profwacko game, Juabe has immediately woken up and arrived as soon as he humanly could.
Which is great.
so,
Yes.
he's with
what?
us.
No, no.
Do you want to give a little introduction of yourself, Juabe, please?
Hello, hi. I'm Wabe. I just needed to remove my tag. Sorry, everybody. I am from the Philippines. I've been playing Netrunner for on and off for a few years during the before times. I usually like to play my rounds like finish my rounds in 20 minutes or less. That's why I play a lot of very aggressive criminal and very aggressive Weyland or Jinteki P. I really
Oh.
really like I really really enjoy this game, and I really
Maybe jump into the game quickly. I think they've just set up, so Jai has iced HQ, a server, and there is something in server 1.
That's a fast turn 1.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I will just double check
Both
both
keeps,
kept the
no
hand.
mulligans.
Yep, that was a dirty laundry to check archives and gain a bit of money.
Just for asking, why would you do laundry archives instead of R&D when it's open?
I think archives is giving it a click back with Sable's ability as the mark.
Oh, right, yeah.
Yeah.
Probably for a little bit of Sable econ.
And so
Yeah, just good mark value.
juices, exposing an ice, gaining 3 and making a run, which will be HQ.
So defending server 1 is the Enigma. So
Chosen
they've
not to
gone, nah,
defend.
I prefer to go on HQ and make you res that instead.
Which was not rest. Seeing the
wow.
Eurospike.
Ah. Okay,
And
well.
it's important to point this out because this is a weird interaction. If you have Neurospike in your hand and you score re-education, you have to make sure that you don't you're not forced to put it back into your deck. So what you actually want to do with Neurospikes is actually have them in your deck and then draw them off of re-education.
Okay.
So having them in your hand isn't the worst thing in the world for the runner.
Checked again, and it was Neurospike again, either the same one or a different one. Used Career Fair, just catching up to Earthrise Hotel, and resing, going after server 1, which had Rashida Jahim, drawing 3 cards and gaining 3 credits. And Jai then just thinking a little about the number of cards in hand.
Jai still has like their full turn, so they can still either like set up a little bit more, shore up a few more defenses, or maybe even just econ up. I mean, it's not really a big deal right now, especially with Azmari being like a very lean deck.
Wacko is only on 1 card in hand, so it is possible to try and threaten the re-education because we do know Neurospike is in hand.
Yes. They can even go right now for a very very risky, even like install advance or something like that, because like it's just one card. It's just one card.
Yeah, it's obviously an NGO front, like.
Yeah.
Server 1 and a hedge fund. And Jai just using Azmari EdTech to choose event, which I think is a frequent choice.
I think you're gonna stick on definitely against criminal. You stick on event unless you're going they're going near run goes back to program, but even then.
Yeah, because there's just so many run events that you can just smack in criminal that is always highly likely that
Oh.
you get the hit.
So checking server
Ooh.
2, which was Drago Ivanov,
Mm-hmm.
Cheeky.
being trashed.
Mm. I like those kinds of cheeky plays as well from both the runner and the corp. Trying to be a little bit more risky, trying to see a little bit if how much risk the other person is going to take, especially right now in the top cut where every game is has a very very big impact on their standing. And profile already. Oh, okay, still no res.
On the HQ, no.
So seamless
Seeing a
launch
seamless
is in.
launch.
So if there's two of them in hand, and that's an agenda, that is a score out, technically. But I'm going to assume both seamlesses aren't in hand. I'm just being. Oh, we're going to see what it is. Oh!
It's
Oh!
Bologna.
You got 2 turns to work out how to get through an enigma.
Yes.
Draw.
Probably gonna let it slide. Just gonna risk that Shy might not score it out.
I think if you put it out like that, you have 2 seamless launches in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Unless I'm wrong, which
So
I
he's
am
taking
frequently.
a risky play, and
If you're taking a risky play like that, you definitely have an answer on the next turn. Usually. Yep. 1, 2. Oh, just triple advance.
Okay, so it might be just the one seamless, or maybe setting up something with Bellona, because right now profwacko. Sorry.
there's still the neurospikes available. Yep.
You can neurospike, but you need the it has to be a re-education. So having
to draw and gain money.
Can also be. I mean, another possible is the seamless to
NB Kelly saying
I think that might be risking that. Hey, I can probably just play around this, and unless they have boomerang, I can keep it on the board.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, they always have boomerang. Crims always have boomerang.
Yeah, you do have to imagine the boomerang as a card that exists.
So,
but they're contemplating their hand at the moment, so I'm not sure.
If they run it, they go down to 2 credits. What does this deck do anything with bringing them down to a low credit level? Jai, I'm just checking.
Not particularly, no.
There is a hard-hitting news.
There is
one.
I wouldn't say hard-hitting news, a boom, for example, is going to be popping up soon, but maybe tagging him for 4 is the play.
I mean, yeah, if you get down to 3 and you can make that stick, it's going to be, even if the boom doesn't immediately appear, it's going to be a tough time for a little bit.
A lot of thinking here. This is a elimination match, so
yes.
It does pay to think about your options, because one missed move here, especially against this Azmari deck, could signal death.
As pointed out, also this Crim running Class Act is kind of interesting anti-neurotech.
That is actually pointed out by Juniper Fury in chat.
Yeah,
if it is to... Yeah, sorry.
No. Yeah. It's going to be an interesting one. It's really fun when you kind of get to these points where it's literally just one agenda score, both sides of the table know what's going on, and you just got to think of your outs real quickly.
Yeah. Juniper Theory's point is that you would have to assume they have 2 neuros in hand and try to either win or die at this stage.
Yeah, so it would be seamless launch, neurospike, which would be 8 credits. Or
Yes.
some 7.
Yeah.
And it's gonna be enough. And Jai does have, unless profwacko has something to can force
Drawing again.
an expenditure. Draw, interesting.
8 cards in grip and no boomerangs.
Again. Drawing.
Oh,
That's actually bad.
yeah.
Unless you definitely don't have inside job.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
See,
hoping
job.
for class act or caldera here, or something to
Yes.
kind of stave that off if you're expecting the neurospikes, and you've
Mhm.
definitely seen at least one.
So this is the line of thinking that profwacko has chosen right now. Now, this all the theories that we've done is also still just
Okay.
just theory.
So it's a boomerang.
One
A little
click
bit
too
late.
left.
Yeah, one click too late. Must have picked that up on the last draw.
Make Jai have it.
Yep.
Yep.
Try using seamless launch. And
Double.
and they have it.
yeah,
They
two
had it.
neuro spikes.
Oof.
GG's. Sometimes it is what it is.
Yeah. Yes.
That's
Rather a quick game.
quick game's a good game sometimes,
but
Yeah.
yeah, this deck can just win on turn 3. It can well, it won on turn 4. So
Yes.
yeah, it's Neurospike. It's a card that people sometimes disrespect. Don't
Yeah.
disrespect the Neurospike.
yeah. So
I'm
yes,
gonna.
double neuro
gonna-
spike. Flat
I
line.
really like that deck list. I'm gonna double check that deck list for next time. Because I really like kill decks.
I wonder if any of the other tables are still going, or because that was quite quick.
No, so unfortunately, one of the other tables is already done, and one of the others is a non-stream. So we don't actually have a streamable game for the rest of this round.
Okay.
That's all good. So after this round, only 6 players will remain. We'll be eliminating 2 of them from the bottom from round of 8. So it will be round of 6 after this.
Okay.
Yep.
So if you
And-
wouldn't mind, we just look at Cobra and you take us through what that could look like.
So this is a double elimination bracket. I'm right. We'll have to ask Jono to maybe code up the actual physical looking brackets, maybe. But so right now, it looks like Soccer just immediately won with Reality Plus. So that was a quick kill. So Odol will be dropping down to play either Jai or the winner of maninthemoon versus Bing. And then the winner of Arkai or iceprisma will be playing Soccer for the chance at going to the grand finals.
Okay.
Just quickly, is grand finals a rematch or like best of one, or they play rematch if you lose?
It depends if the top seed's coming in undefeated. So it's if it's the second elimination, if the underdog wins, then you play the return.
Yeah. So grand final bracket reset is as they call it in fighting games. So
That's right.
Sorry, Varam Vanari mentioning that this is the first 2 corp wins, and the previous rounds were runner wins, except I'm not sure what table 2 was.
Table 2 was a runner win because Jar Prisma won.
All runner.
Yep, all runner wins. So
this time all corp so far.
Although, and I think it's also important to point out they were very fast kill corp wins.
Yes.
From the looks of it. Like, I'm not sure if Soccer's running was able to just faster get a 3. Nah, it was a kill. It was definitely a kill. So, the other thing is also the other deck in the top half is another Reality Plus. So that could also be a pretty good kill deck. Yeah. And then at the bottom it's Infusion, which is a kill.
Mm-hmm.
So we could be seeing all kills.
Yes. It's really interesting that suddenly in the top 8 there are a lot of the kill type decks or the kill adjacent decks are suddenly being very very potent in very very effective in the top 8, which also to me kind of makes sense, especially not simply because of like the pressure when you're playing top 8 when you're fighting against a deck that has a kill option. The mental stack in your head can increase because you're not just thinking about, okay, how is the opponent going to score, but also like, does the opponent have the tools to just end the game right now?
Thanks for pointing it out, Card Knuckle Guy back in the chat. Soccer's Deck's actually not a kill deck. It's a Reality Plus that's not based on kill. It's based on All-Seeing Eye, Self-Growth Program, Market Forces to basically make the runner go bankrupt and remove all their stuff. So it won't be a kill deck, but you can definitely win fast. Do they have... No, they have one backroom machinations, so yeah, they just have to basically make them bankrupt and score out. So...
A more economical death.
yeah, economic death.
Yeah.
So, no, thank you very much, Kanako Guy, for pointing that out in chat.
Would there be any other deck lists that we'd like to look at the moment, just to double check?
Reality Plus for iceprisma?
For iceprisma?
Or Jar-prisma? Jar-prisma? Iceprisma? So... yeah, because Soccer and Prisma were in the same...
Oh, it's the same, yeah.
It's the exact same.
Yeah.
So
same capabilities.
Yeah. So yeah, that's a good question. Like, people, this isn't a kill deck. This is a economic death deck. So do people... Do you think that just then people are starting to get around, like, there's a lot of stone ship map room. Is that the... I can't... stone ship chart rooms in running around, like, people are starting to slow. Do you think that they've gone, it's not worth it, just win out the traditional way of making them bankrupt?
Yeah, I think this is just really more of like, you meta call the meta call, and then the other person meta calls the meta call of the meta call, right? That's also why you see some of the, even the runner decks, right? That we expected like a lot more, just people just jamming in so many, all the deep dives, and or like expecting these decks to have these tools. But as we've noticed, like even the Reality Plus decks, like they're more like economical. Maybe it's because like economical pressure is a lot more consistent across like opponents. It's a lot easier to pull off than just flatlining the opponent, because the possible meta call there is, okay, they're gonna bring a lot of things that will stop this. So
I mean, 3 self-growth program just to get bounce endurance back to your hand. That is a win condition in these, as we've worked out, because endurance staying on the table means that all your ice is basically, you can get through there with 0 credits for most of the game.
So I think the pattern here, especially for a lot of like the NP index, is less threat and more of just like outright denial of the shutting out the runner, not just in like in the potency of the ice and such, but more on even the capability to make a run in the first place, because the making the runner have 0 credits and boatless is in case they have a boat, is already enough. Is sometimes just as bad as just flatlining the opponent, because the runner, you can just like stand there and like just stare as the agendas are being scored.
I think a lot of people are going to be looking at like stuff like Crypto Crash like in a new light after especially after Continentals, because economic warfare style decks where you just try to keep the runner at 0 credits, they've gotten a lot of tools.
Mm-hmm. And it's also interesting because simply because to see like these kinds of decks and these kinds of calls as well, because the Midnight Sun, the release, was not really that far off from this Continentals. So even though there has been a few weeks to like a month where people were able to play around with the new cards, it's still relatively new. So
Yeah, like pretty much everyone in Australia hasn't received these in physical format. This has all been Jinteki play and basically writing them down on pieces of paper and stuffing them into sleeves.
Yeah.
So this is technically the test run for Australian Nationals, which is in 2 weeks.
Yeah.
yes, and actually this might even be an opportunity for the rest of the Continentals and the Australian Nationals to see like, okay, this is kind of where the meta stands, right? This is initial snapshot of what seems powerful and what is actually powerful right now. Because especially during day one, when we were checking the faction breakdowns, like, we noticed there was a lot of sports metal. In fact, sports metal was probably the most played deck for Corp in top 8, and I don't think there's even any sports metal.
There is no
the
sports
Swiss,
metal in top 8.
Yeah, and it'll definitely be interesting to see how that plays out. Like if you look at last year, we had a whole lot of Titan in APAC, and then like the Titan tech, and it really faded out by the later Continentals. So having seen the heavy representation of sports metal this weekend, I expect to see probably a lot less of it next weekend.
I think it can still win, if that makes sense, but
or with
lot of people-
variations, I suppose. Like people thinking how to tech.
And I think people will have like it's less of like the easy pick when you've got a wide array of Continental decks in front of you now. I think if people are just looking for something comfortable, you'll probably see more of what we've seen today.
Yeah, I do think that sports metal did suffer from being the comfy pick because Fast Advance doesn't require you to think through ob combos. It doesn't require you to try and bait out Strago like with stuff. It is literally just I play this card, then I play this card, and then I score. And I don't have to worry about ice. I don't have to worry about anything. The issue with that is that people start going, oh, okay, a lot of people are going to be running this. Let's slot in all this stuff to try and make them go slow. And it turns out that a lot of the sports metal decks just didn't work out. Okay, sure. I can't really deal with the stuff that hurts me.
Yeah. Definitely had a lot more shaper around than you might have seen normally, and so that how that plays out changes things.
Yeah. So what's probably going to happen is people are going to be playing a lot. Going to see this. They're going to go sports metal's out, okay, but there's a lot of boat, so we need to start taking against boat. And then everyone will go, oh, well, I don't really want to play Shaper if everyone's going to start destroying my boat, so I'll go into something else, and the loop continues.
Yes,
I don't even necessarily think the level of boat hate is sustainable, because we've seen a lot of it in some of the decks we've seen in the top 8 in Corp. As I say, we've seen like your self-growths, your retributions, a lot of other tech, and it's still, all the runners are still performing.
That is true. Do you think that because hardware is a little bit harder to just get rid of or to remove, which is a part of the design of the game. Like you don't want people destroying every single console that you try to put down, otherwise people won't be playing consoles. But do you think maybe, I don't know, people are going to look at boat and go, maybe this needs to be, we need to start rethinking our thoughts about hardware?
It's certainly much easier now than it ever used to be. As you say, it was like kind of one of the, felt like the core design of the game. I distinctly remember at a GNK because everyone was running Security Nexus trying to do like Batty off Z1 because it was the only trash of hardware someone could find in the game. Whereas now you do have what is it, Wake Up Call, Retribution. You have a lot of stuff, as we see, even just the hatchet jobs we're seeing, all of these things that are really trying to either bounce it back to hand or punish the hardware specifically. And it's interesting to see a lot of these cards come back in the context. But in terms of, but as I say, we're still looking at a field with a whole bunch of boat in it. So you kind of got to ask, like, is it enough? Is there ever enough?
Hatch Job's been around since Flashpoint. And when that got and when people saw that card, they went, interesting, but it's probably never going to see competitive play. And now it's like, this is actually a card that could help me. And it's like, what has Nisei done? They've made us reconsider pretty much every card and gone, we might need to start slotting in hardware hate.
Well, that's it. Hatchet Job was great in a Scorp meta. Like when you were doing like Heavy Rig Shooter was one of those cards. It was kind of like, yeah, whatever. And then you're doing like some of the only Code Gate or only Barrier Scorp. It's just like, oh right, this is another soft Rig Shooter piece essentially.
That's true. And of course, Retribution in good old Start Gateway System Gateway. A lot of people looked at that and went, why don't I just kill them with tags? And it's like, now it's like, well, all your good tag options are starting to rotate out slowly. And this is suddenly becoming, hardware is important. Hardware needs to be destroyed.
Yeah, and for anyone that's tried to play OB in startup, you're going like, I have all these amazing ways to do tags. What do I do from there? What are my tag punishment options are pretty thin on the ground.
Okay, let's do a small segment. Card Knuckle Guy from chat says, ban Drago or ban Reality Plus?
Ban NBN.
I agree.
No. I say that as someone who like has been playing NBN for the longest time. It's just one of the things like we will never be happy until we just ban NBN. People will never be happy if we ban Drago. People will ask for Reality Plus, or it will be. I mean, we haven't seen CTM in the top cut, so at least those people are happy. But it's also the case of the nuances of the Reality Plus deck are kind of worse than you could have ever possibly imagined.
Well, people banned Azmari, and that was basically not based on tags at all. So, like, it's NBN's in this weird place where, like, you can probably make them tagless. You can make them tagless. You can make them tag. Either way, they're going to be interesting faction that you have to work out how to deal with.
Yeah, just ban all NBN IDs and unrotate. The world is yours, and that's what you get.
I don't think that'll be enough, actually. But probably the other thing also to point out is everyone was rating HB. Everyone was going, HB is the faction. They didn't get a lot of stuff in Midnight Sun because they are the strongest faction in the game. Zero. Zero top 8 HP. No Acer. So there were 3 Acer players. They didn't make anything. And there was a Precision Design, which is basically... I'm not going to say the third... Like, it's the third tier pick, but it's still a really good... Like, people, when they saw Hasbro Precision Design in, like, Gateway, they went, that's going to get banned. Like, that was a huge issue.
So it's a shift from the previous meta where Precision Design was very, very strong.
Yeah.
And now the Midnight Sun cards causing everyone to reassess.
Soccer raises an excellent point. If we do ban NBN at the same time all the mini factions rotate, we'll finally have 3 Corp 3 runner parity. Just fundamental flaw in the game. Although I'm much more in favor of banning HB just for purely flavor reasons. It's the most boring Corp.
Yeah.
Precision Design. You do have to have different like ways to build a deck for different players, because yes, some players love playing traps and playing that, and then some players are like, I don't care about that. I just want to go fast.
Yeah. Don't you like sports? I love sports.
But it like a lot of people are probably looking at this tag mana and going, I don't really like playing tag decks. Like, I don't want to play a tag deck sometimes.
I guess we haven't had the opportunity to watch what the op is doing, but maybe that's the solution. If you're not so keen.
No, even then, like the op deck is still playing 2 booms. And
Yes.
it is technically a tag deck.
Yeah.
Even though there's literally no way to really tag them. Except for one drag off and the... How do you tag them in this deck? Is it
I guess
literally only Drago?
with
Do we
great
want to
effort,
look here?
with great effort, I guess.
Sorry, so this is maninthemoon's ob deck.
Yeah.
Drago is the obvious one.
Yeah.
Sorry,
One-off.
what is... And that's a one-off. You can economic warfare, preemptive action to get Drago back.
No, I mean,
There's no mad. Well,
if that's the threat, that's all you need. But yeah,
is that what we've come to? Like, you don't need any other tag, like any other way to tag the runner apart from Drago.
Apparently.
We can search for Drago anyway. So
when you're as a secondary win con, when you're still doing all of the urban renewal bladderwort stuff around it, you might not necessarily need it until you need it.
That is true. Like, urban renewal is like it is actually tagless. Like,
no, excellent point from Gyroscopic here. With the urban renewal self trash, you got a tutor for Drago even. So as long as it's not in your hand, you pull it out when it's necessary.
Yeah, so you essentially had more than one Drago, because of course because urban renewal can just it's kinda a Drago already with extra steps.
So yeah, that's something that a lot of people are going to be looking at optics and going, "Oh, I have no clue how this works," because the lines in optics are basically like you can try. You have to. There's like this card is actually just in here, just so we can find this card.
It's actually the worst way for an op combo to fail is if you draw your card before you're ready to tutor it, and you're like, oh, I've got to install this and res it like a chump.
Yeah, I have to do this the normal way.
There
I didn't play this card.
Yeah, and for those who are worried, like there is literally only one of them. Oh, if Drago goes to archives, preemptive action. That's why they're running 3, and they're running 2 spin doctors. So, like, most decks probably won't be running like 3 preemptive actions. They'll go spin doctors enough. I think in op decks especially, you'll be wanting the preemptive actions because you're trashing a lot of stuff.
Yeah.
I believe they're still playing on table 8.
Yeah, well, we've got a couple of minutes left, so to kind of calm chat for a little bit, we're going to draw the raffle, and then we will open up the next one a little bit into the next round.
Just need a drum roll in a couple of bits.
Yeah,
everyone.
Now, Drop It. Don't think I didn't see you enter before, even though you've already won. Even though you won twice yesterday, that's outrageous.
I won once. I didn't win this. Wait, I won twice?
Pretty sure you did. You won
I won once. I only won the drafter.
Oh, all right. Fine.
And I also came in, but I'm not going to get one. I came in the lower half. So
the old consolation drafter.
Yep.
Okay, so we're going to close this off.
Crash or bust. Oh, here we go. Drum roll, please.
No, we'll do a quick trash or busto. Sengrin is trash and soccer is busto. Done.
It's a little bit cruel.
Okay, so let me just see how many
Just
of these I
waiting.
have to draw.
On one result.
So
and
if sorry.
Man in the Moon.
So for those wondering, arlekj did win. So the winners bracket final will be Soccer versus arlekj. I can't say your name correctly. Apologies. But and iceprisma will drop down to lower bracket.
Mm-hmm.
And iceprisma will be against sorry, who is it in the lower bracket?
We don't know. We probably
Anarch.
won't know yet. It will be randomized off the top of my, unless they've played each other before. So it will be either Jai or the winner of Man and Moon versus Bing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Prisma played. Oh, so Ice Prisma actually played Jai in the first round, so it has to be either Man and Moon or Bing. They will not rematch. In technic, yeah, they should not rematch until absolutely required to. Yeah.
Juniper has like from the chat is bringing up a point that a lot of the runner decks are running like a full set of stone ships or some stone ships. So I think that's also because of like them being ready. We need the having to need some like instantaneous draw or something like that.
Well, Stone Ship really fulfills two roles, which is in the boat decks, which there are a lot of and we're running like 4 shapers that are running boat decks. It's an instant charge.
And also an instant charge.
Yep.
Although I think in the games that we've actually seen, it hasn't been used for charge very frequently. It's much more frequently been used for the draw.
Yep. Like it having multiple reasons to play it is just gravy. Like I think most honestly at this stage in the meta, I think a lot of people will be just running 3 of just if it had only the draw 2.
Yeah.
Instant draw 2. Which is weird because people weren't running like the vehicle that used to run around. Swift. No, not Swift. The Trash Draw 3.
Sports Hopper.
Oh, Sports
Yeah,
Hopper.
Sports Hopper. People weren't running that, but that's because it was like free cost. So dropping the cost down to 0 really has helped it, I think.
Do you think it's also though a reaction to Drago Ivanov?
Yes.
Possible in the other turn. Like unexpectedly.
Yeah, like in Midnight Sun, we did not. Before Midnight Sun runner, there was no way to really kill the runner 1-turn kill. Like if it was basically you had to hard-hitting news and go, you have to keep the tag and then we kill. Now it is just pure kill, like 1-turn kills. So you do have to have a solution to that now.
Yes.
And it looks like the final game has finished. So if we, but yep. So the last game, if you refresh the format,
there's the pairings. And there's
pairings,
the
we got new pairings.
Okay.
Looks like Man in the Moon prevailed over Bing. So the top bracket is arlekj and Soccer, and then where does the lower bracket begin, please?
So Arke and Soccer will be the upper final, and the winner of that will be going into the grand final with a 1-game advantage. So Odol and versus Jai and Man and Moon versus Japrisma will be iceprisma. It will be your lower bracket.
Okay.
So in the round, so this will be round of 6. So the winners of those lower bracket will then face each other, and then the winner of that lower bracket match will face the loser of Soccer versus RJ.
Okay.
So there's still a lot more Netrunner coming our way.
A lot more Netrunner. Will there be a pause? for like a lunch break, or is this we're just continuing?
Are we just going all in?
I can't see.
I guess if you're running off Western Australian time, which you might well be, then then it's maybe not even lunchtime yet.
Friend Orbital has helpfully pointed out there's a tab on the Decklist sheet that has a neatly represented bracket already.
Okay, great.
But
Give us a sec.
But so also something we should shout out with the pairing coming up. Shout out to Bing and profwacko, who have been eliminated at this point. So unfortunately, no more Alice, no more Sable.
No.
Sad.
I really. Sorry.
Yeah, so Juabe, we both get to be respectively sad now.
Solidarity and
Yes.
sad.
All of our meta friends. Oh no, wait, Jai's still there.
Yeah, and there will be a pause after round 3. Someone just pointed out in chat.
Okay.
Oh, good.
Great.
I did play Professor Wacko during the Swiss. Acme Consulting, really good. Like, I think a lot of people are going to start looking at like some obscure other decks and go, hey, actually that does work, because people aren't slotting in like bypass, they're only slotting in boomerangs and boat. So having ice that just goes, this is 4 subroutines and you can't get through this, is starting to become a solution to some of this. So I think I love these decks.
Yeah, and again, this like, even though like there weren't a lot of, let's say, Acme decks or even the other like runner decks, this is where a lot of people who are going to play in the remaining Continentals or the Australian Nationals be like, yo, this idea is interesting enough. Like, this actually is, I can make this work, and this might be like an actual like call for whatever the meta is going to be in just a few weeks. Because I can be sure, like, even just after a few weeks or even just a week, we're gonna see a whole different set of decks of like representations coming in for these upcoming big tournaments.
Yeah, I believe it's America's up next.
Yes.
America's is going to look completely different.
Yes. It's really fascinating having the series of 3 so quickly after each other. I realize it's probably quite stressful for the people running the tournaments, one after the other.
Yeah.
But and then seeing the very fast development of new decks and refinements to decks.
And also, like, it's also gonna be a decision point for people who are competing, because just because a certain deck didn't perform well now, it doesn't mean that it doesn't work anymore. It can just simply be like because people are experimenting, or people are calling that, or you can even be you can even put layers upon your thinking of, you know what, they're not, now that they think this deck doesn't work anymore, maybe now's the time to to keep playing this deck and hold to this faction for the tournament.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Definitely. And I think people were having a discussion, Giles Davis and NB Kelly and Luke having a discussion earlier about whether the amount of Shaper is because it's so favoured locally, like it's everyone's favourite, or whether it's a reflection kind of more generally of people's thinking everywhere. Are we almost ready to hop into tables or not quite?
I believe
they're just starting to come up now, so it'll be one moment.
Although we do still have a couple of at least one table is no stream, please. So
yeah, I'm following that up. That's fine.
So if you have a specific table that you're wanting to see, that might be why we're not showing it to you.
I'm going with table 10.
Okay.
Dave just said it's okay, so that's Odol. Jai, who we have already seen, but we haven't seen Odol yet today.
Yep.
And Odol here is going to be the corp. They're going to be bringing Infusion. and Jai as the runner, and they're gonna be bringing Hoshiko.
So this will probably be the last time we see a non-shaper runner in top in this bracket. But Jay can if Jay doesn't pull this out.
Yeah, but Jai might. So,
Good
just
stuff,
starting.
Anarch.
You gotta believe in the magical girl.
Yeah, definitely.
Yes, I do.
I believe in the power of magic and incredible violence.
See, there's a Hoshiko deck.
And it'd be lovely if the drop bear made it through. Okay, so the start is with an ice on R&D and on HQ and a gain of credit.
All right.
So I'm starting with 2 daily casts.
Standard opener.
And a Shogun.
All right. Strong econ start.
Yes. Definitely.
Getting 4 credits is pretty good.
The Corp just taking credits for that turn. Jai drawing twice.
So taking 3 credits.
Paladin.
What a good reason for that would be? Maybe Anansi is one of the ice and you want to get up to that 8, or is it just don't have a solution to don't have any ice left and don't want to draw?
Yeah, either of those are pretty viable. If we notice that a lot of the Ag Infusion decks also have pretty beefy ice, with chunky ice, which means that they're pretty expensive, and that Odol would probably also want to have the flexibility of picking even if 2 of these are like the smaller ice, at least they can res both of them or res that big one and still have the econ to be stable.
Just creating server 1 with an ice and taking a credit, and now Jai thinking, installing Hippo, and going after server 1.
This is a naked run. There is nothing to stop this if this is an Nazi.
Oh, Jai believes in magic. Let's go.
DNA tracker.
Ow!
Almost as bad, but fear nothing.
This is going to be if this is a snare. Oh well, it won't matter.
Wouldn't be able to fire it.
It was Rashida.
There we go.
And you've now given Ag Infusion a resed DNA tracker, so any ice you run from here could just suddenly be the DNA tracker.
That is a mad play.
Odol responding with just gaining credits again.
This is top 8 though. This is the time for mad plays.
Hoshiko Shiro on the digital side and installing a patchwork deuces, and
just to point out what was trashed, there was a DJ Fenris. So DJ is no longer a solution. And I believe does this deck run labor rights?
No. Oh wait.
Oops. DJ
No.
Jai.
Yeah, Jai does not.
Nothing. No recursion.
Yeah.
No way to get that back.
It is what it is at this point.
Okay, a hedge fund from Odol, drawing a card and a bit of contemplation. Put in server 1.
So that's the end of the daily casts. That's
Steelskin Scouring to draw up.
This is a very fast game. We're already on turn 5 with in 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Both these players want to go fast.
Yeah, I think Jai just wants to put pressure on Odol, especially now when Odol still doesn't really have that many credits.
Oh, right.
Okay, there's Black Orchestra coming out. Just showing you what was in the heap. And Hippoed. And that was an NGO front.
I like this aggression.
Hippoing something on like a remote server instead of a central server is usually not a great idea. But it's Ag Infusion, so that pretty much anything that's on a remote server is on a central server. So yeah, no, good place.
R&D, and then Odol still just using the rest of the turn to gain money.
And that being also like a very expensive ice already, so it's also like a pretty good econ hit for Odol in the long run.
And also keeping Hoshiko Shiro on the digital side with draw card.
I do have to ask, like, there is a lot of just get credit. Like, Polana rotating, Polana going out of the meta has really affected this.
And then pad tap, and then using a dirty laundry to go into archives.
Yeah, a lot of that's just recovering from that early DNA tracker res, and then having it hippoed is not ideal. Puts you back economically.
Yeah.
But the pad tap out now, slightly helpful. Odol, yes, removing the pad tap, and also icing archives and just gaining credit.
Yeah, so denying the Hoshiko, the easier Hoshikos, and as we've said before, if you can even a little bit stomach removing a pad tap, it's something you've got to do early.
Yeah, might as well, especially since Odol also does not have it's also not in a pretty decent economic econ situation right now with only 8 credits.
8 credits, and looking at resing Ag Infusion Ice, who generally tends to be beefier than most.
And even like looking
drawing
at the ice, these are big ice. I'm looking at the a lot of these are big ice.
There is
big ice. There is send a message though, is kind of how you hopefully get around that a little bit.
And it does score. That does activate on steel now. So unlike Priority Rec, which everyone's favorite 5/3.
Yay!
Everyone's favorite. I didn't draft a better agenda pick.
So yeah,
okay. Hippo out
just
again. Stone chip chart room out. And gain credit.
MPA Ultra isn't in the heap, so once they find a paperclip, they can literally go through anything if they have the credits. So, well, technically, they could probably just run, and if they don't have 12 credits for the Shirashi, it should be fine, off the top of my head.
Just an ISO on a new remote, but no install, and gaining credits again.
So let's see right now. Probably just going to be digging for that last breaker before going on the offense.
Yep, just credits all turn.
Oh, just credits too.
Click for credit?
Yep.
I wouldn't you want to like draw and find a? Wouldn't you want to draw to find a credit card, or is it just okay? It's interesting plays.
And again, Odol just taking credits. Feels
it's probably
quite glacier.
It might just be Jai might just be winding up for something right now because Jai is at 16 credits.
It's standoff.
Probably wants all the cards they've got.
She's probably getting ready to do something big. Okay.
Taking a card.
So if there is a paperclip somewhere, it can just Jai can just discard it now.
Yeah. Second card.
Unless they're actually card is being played.
Taking money off of.
So
there's.
Oh, there we go. There it is.
Paladin makes it really cheap.
Actually,
2 for Stargate.
Yeah, it's kind of free because of Paladin and Patchwork.
There was a spare Stargate, so they trashed using Patchwork. So free Stargate.
It's a free Stargate. Oh wow.
Something placed into server 2, and again just crediting it up.
So right now we're in a staring match
Mhm.
between Jai and Odol. No one hasn't really like been pulling a trigger and doing
So,
anything super threatening.
so the question is, do you leave a unadvanced, just random asset in a remote server?
Or upgrade. There's lots of
May
upgrade in this list, isn't
Oh,
there?
be
that is true.
maybe because you already had the Stargate threat.
And you
So-
just go, hey, I'm going to Stargate, you're going to need to activate Infusion to make this stop.
Yeah, because at this point it's like this is my win condition. So I don't want to delay my win condition
Paperclip going
to
into the bin.
try to stop your win condition.
DreamNet coming out. Stargate
Eh.
going into R&D.
Okay. There's no. Oh, there's paperclip. All right, there it is.
Yeah, all the
Odol
breakers
has
are in.
13 credits, so if it's a very big ice... it's an answer.
Like
Yeah.
that. Like,
So
like
this
that
can't
one.
be hippoed because it's on the innermost. But it.
MK Ultra coming out to deal with it.
Ooh, that's pricey.
See Anansi, Mwanza, City Grid, or Hansei Review.
Good. That's a good call.
Trashing
Taking out
the
the
Anansi.
Anansi.
So there is one thing that I will say that Anarchs really hate, and that is paying 9 to get through an Anansi.
That's
And
true.
it's probably one of the worst cards to face in the matchup, and Jinteki always runs it. So if you're playing Anarch, you whenever you see like the Jinteki logo, you're just like, ah, man, this is gonna be an annoying game.
Yeah, I have to
Attack
pay.
coming out.
I have to pay money. A lot.
I can't get through this using. Okay, sure. I guess I'll. Obvious is sorry, not obvious. Botulus. Botulus is a choice.
There was
But
one
even,
of in
like-
this list, wasn't there?
Yeah, but
Have
there's
to try.
I think a botulus
And going after
being used
HQ.
before, but it's still 3 subroutines just to get through Anansi. And
Yeah,
an HQ
and
attack.
Nazis are like the one thing that you want to hippo. Like you don't want to go through them more than once.
No res. Finding avocado protocol, but not enough
Not
cards
enough in
hand.
hand.
Ah,
So-
that is unfortunate.
Hey, whistleblower would have fixed. No.
It was a Rashida Jahim in server 2.
Okay, well, at least Jai knows. If it's Silver Lightning, they know it's there.
Yeah.
Or in the archives. Who knows?
Yes.
So something that does need to keep in the back of mind, there is still
Easy.
only 17 cards left in
I'd say.
stack, so we're halfway through the Anarch deck.
Yes.
Something installed in 7.2 and also something installed on HQ.
And there's not really a lot of ways for looking at the deck list. It's not a lot more ways to keep making money.
Yeah, if they hit a random snare, you can start to think about a potato style, like just grind them out and make them unable to score, unable to steal. It's going to take a long. It's not there yet, but it's a solution that you start have to, especially because there's still 0 agenda points scored.
Yes, like a lot of things has been happening, but agendas aren't one of them.
Yeah, we've been at 10-11 now.
Oh,
Okay, drawing a card. It is the Botulus and it is on the Anansi. Like you were saying, it would be the best spot.
yeah,
this-
it's the only way to get through without paying 9 every turn.
Yeah, this is also like saying that Jai is ready to grind this out because it takes a bit before Botchers can eat away at the Anansi subroutines.
Yeah, and also just gaining credits.
I'll actually be surprised if people start putting in more ice destruction, like even like chisels, for example.
That could possibly be a thing right now, especially uh, some of the decks are also with like big chunky ice, but it's usually like just one or two of them in the server. Well, except for server 2, which proving me wrong with 3 ice. So like taking those big chunky ice out would still I think it's a
Odol,
worth investment.
just installing a third ice into server 2 and taking credits at 13 credits at the moment.
Yep. So what we now know is server 2 that's probably an upgrade, and what they're probably doing is probably the void, and so they're just setting up the score server.
Or it could be the Obokata that they've just left there. Making sure it's very secure before they start advancing and reveal it.
That is also true. Especially if there was an enemy in... If there's an enemy in any of that ice, this is a brutal server.
Jai, again, just taking credits all turn?
Like looking at the potential ice that Jai may have right now, just in the deck list. Oh, I mean, sorry, Odol, just in the deck list. This can be pretty
Something to server 2 and 2
troublesome.
credits gained by the corp.
You don't even need to go install advanced. You can just keep it there and just slowly score it out because they can't get in.
Yes, that is true. Unless there's a way for Jai to force Odol to spend credits outside advancing or protecting server 2.
Paladin's got up to the 3 counters that you need to start spending.
So let's see right now what
Straight
Jai
counters.
is going to do. Jai does have the Stargate option right now.
And the Botulus is currently at 3.
So Jai can do a Stargate run.
But they can, but Infusion means that they can trash the outermost, ice, and then bounce them into HQ.
All the way to the Monster Grid.
Although I believe you do have a jack, yeah. Although you can jack out. So
it's also possible that Jai is just considering. Okay, he's going to see if Odol is gonna pull the trigger.
No boop.
Okay.
Oh, one of the other reasons why they might not want to boop is Anansi would then become the outermost piece of ice, which means they could be hippoed.
And
DreamNet
that would be very, very
difficult. So seeing data loop, predictive planogram, and Pansay review. And
taking out
the data
loop is a good call. I think it's and I agree with that call, especially now if you see even the archives, there's a lot of big ice being thrown out. A DNA tracker and a Nancy and a data loop. So that's really good for Jai, knowing that a lot of these very, very threatening ice are being taken out slowly. Because that's also a tell that maybe some of these ice aren't the big scary ice after all. Maybe it's just, because even like a border control, even though that's scary, it's not expensive to
certainly
to
not
deal
with
with.
paperclip available.
Something to note, stack is now at 12, which means that they can only steal 3 Obokatas. That will eventually go down, though. That's the point. Sorry.
So let's go ahead.
Like, as long there is send a message which you're okay to steal, but here comes
another Stone Ship chat room put out, and just gaining credits.
Okay.
And then trashed to keep the paladin counters.
Okay. I see.
Odol choosing to trash the pad tap at this stage, doing predictive planogram, and gaining a credit. And also using predictive planogram for credits.
Jai might be planning for something bigger.
Double upgrade on server 2 then, maybe?
They're both at 16 credits.
Jai may be planning for something interesting, especially since with 4 credits on Paladin Poemu. Could be installing something new, something else, or just wanting to keep the card just in case.
Okay, deciding on a Stargate run.
Okay.
This will cost 6 and a virus counter, so you do save 3 credits.
Seeing Hansei review.
Oh,
she's
the Nancy. Snipes it out.
Nancy.
So I believe that's 2. That's 2 of them in
Yep.
archives. So
and one on the board, so you know where they all are now.
So all you have to worry about is the
data loop.
12. Oh, yep, data loop and well, do you worry about that? That's 7 costs to break.
One of the data loops is in the bin.
Yeah. Chiashi, yeah. Although you can get through that with like 7 credits, so you're not as you're not worried, but it's expensive. But it's not a death knell if you hit it.
Agreed.
Boom.
There is the possibility of a spin doctor, and a boomerang is coming out and matched with archives.
Okay, Boomer.
Odol drawing, hedge fund, Hansei review. So both money cards.
This could potentially be a spin somewhere in.
There could be.
Server 2. Since Odol doesn't seem to be worried about it.
Although also the 3 ice on server 2.
That's also true.
May be comforting. It'll be interesting having set the boomerang up if Jai chooses to do archives.
This doesn't run like pinhole threading or like the fire, does it? Off the top of my head. Nope, just boomerangs.
Nope. Just boomerang. It's just good stuff.
Oh, pinhole threading's good. I'm not going to say anything about light the fire. But...
okay, choosing to dirty laundry. Into archives. Odol now 25 credits, so probably could res if they want to.
Or it could bounce it out. Could boop. So let's see where it's gonna go. Okay. Could be a decision whether to boop or not. To res or not.
I'm assuming there's no agendas in archives. This is just a value.
Okay. Boop to HQ. And Jai jacking out.
Okay.
Although 3 clicks left, so
it could have gone. You could have gone in and popped the sun. Bleh.
Okay. Another dirty laundry going into archives.
Okay, never mind.
See.
Also, patchwork making.
Okay, it was a spin doctor in server 2. Resed.
Making it super cheap. Oh, patchwork took out patchwork.
Shuffling Anansi and something else.
There is only 10 cards left in the stack. I normally wouldn't be pointing that out so much, but
8 now after drawing.
This is actually becoming a bit of a issue because against Jinteki, that is now your life points.
Mm-hmm.
And the lower your life points are against Jinteki, the worse the game gets for you.
That's true. Because it's possible that you might not suddenly not have even enough cards in the grip to even steal the Bokata protocol, which would be
So
very,
hedge
very
fund, install
unfortunate.
something in server 2, gain 1 credit. Odol now 31 credits, which is quite a lot.
All right, that's cash.
Yep, it was one of liberated account, wasn't it? Being played and used.
Hey, it's paid off.
Subliminal Odol now with subliminal messaging. Raising another spin doctor.
Hilariously, this might be the point where everyone starts regretting that Rebirth has rotated because drawing in this situation is becoming a liability.
Extra ice on both R&D and server 2. So server 2 now with 4 ice, R&D with 3.
That's a big server.
And gaining credit.
28 creds to res all that ice, and then 26 creds to break all that ice. So it's also spin doc, but right now it's a spin doctor.
Yes,
don't need to worry about it.
Mm-hmm. So Jai can actually just still keep pressuring with the Stargate, even though there's another ice there. Jai has the breakers and the credit to deal with it.
I have to ask: do you go for HQ, bite the chance that the first snare, and then go, okay, but I'm going to steal whatever's still in there because there is definitely something in there.
Yeah.
The fear isn't one snare; it's the 2 or 3 snares.
True. Yeah.
So Stargate into R&D and finding that the second ice in is Anemone.
And this is why the stack suddenly is getting even worse, because the brand new card, an enemy, you can do 6 net damage, and that can just screw up every single bit of maths that you've done.
Using Botulus to go through the Anansi just virus counters.
Like having an ice that can just like do insta net damage is very, very powerful.
Finding Hokusai Grid, Snare, and Obokata Protocol.
Okay.
Trashing the Hokusai Grid.
I think that is the correct play, because if Hokusai Grid gets rezzed, you no longer have the ability to really play the game.
Yeah, I think there's a case for all 3 of those, and I think Hokusai is decent.
Yes.
Try just using liberated account.
And,
Odol mentioning 7 minutes.
And if you really wanted to find an Abukata in a hurry, it's probably in HQ. Although having trashed the Hokusai Grid, you now know there is at least 1 snare in HQ, but there's probably more, given how long this game's been going.
Yep, so 7 minutes left. Jai just finishing taking credits.
We're suddenly getting into potato games with Jinteki again.
Yes, good old grind fests.
Finn takes Hokusai and Anansi back. Something more in server 2 with 2 advancements.
Okay, so if he makes a run on this, can he even steal it?
Yeah, I'm not sure if 29 credits is already enough. Because, personally, I'd go, there you go. I'd just go for another Stargate run. Because now there's no more spin.
That's true. That's cost you 9 to get in, but yeah, why not?
Yeah, both Corp and Runner sitting with a big pile of credits staring at each other, but...
Send a message!
And Obokata, and Rashida.
And an Obo.
Now, do you want to steal that and give... Yeah, you would.
Trash and send a message.
Well, I was like, you trash one and go back for the other. Theoretically. I mean,
Mhm.
this is probably the last time you're going to get to steal an oboe.
Yes.
It'll cost you 9. No, sorry, it'll cost you 12 to get back in, assuming they don't boop.
Yep.
Okay, there is no boop.
Yep, 12 to steal, and then also 4 net. So
Yep.
whatever's
But
left
holding
in your
5
stack, I hope you like it.
Yep.
Oh, wait, what?
Yep, allowing the damage.
Doesn't want to wants to save the credits, so they have stone chip, and I think that that's that's the line of thinking there.
Yep. So taking the
Mhm.
obokata.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and I think you go for the sender message here. Yeah,
Yes.
well, it's fairly clear, but with time so close, getting to 6 points is pretty important.
Yes.
Yes. Wow. This
Okay.
this game suddenly turned on its head.
Send a message permitting data loop res.
And however, there is one big downside to this. What you have 5 cards left.
Yes.
Yeah.
So you really need to find this next send a message somewhere.
Yeah. Odol scoring the obokata protocol from server 2.
You really, where's Rebirth? We need to get. We don't really want to be Shiro right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
Using
that
Stone
Okay.
Chip chart room to draw 2 cards.
Okay.
And of
Well,
course, Hoshiko draws a card as well.
Jai can just do another Stargate run.
They could technically still boop off, and I think that might actually have to be a play because
Yes.
we're running out of solutions here.
Just gaining credits to end the turn. Oh, no, just gaining 2 credits. And doing the Stargate run as you predicted, yeah.
No boop.
yeah.
Okay.
No, I don't think you do, because it really does depend on, like, you can beat the Stargate run, but they're still going to go back anyway. It really comes down to what's in Odol's hand, and they've had so much time with it unmolested, they've really been able to pick and choose.
Mm-hmm.
So the question now comes up that if they score out now, Odol, as Jai, do you go for the hand and
Seeing a
try
send a
and get one?
message
Oh, never mind.
off the
That's game.
Stargate.
Never mind, disregard.
Okay.
Disregard. Good
And a
game.
longevity serum.
Good game.
Yeah.
0 in
good
the
game.
stack.
Yeah, maybe Odol really wasn't seeing the agendas they wanted. Maybe it was just all snares.
Yes. There's a lot here.
With such a huge money, well, now a huge money and such a huge server, they could have really just been punching any agenda they saw.
Mm-hmm.
So the Anarch survives. Anarch survives going into top 4.
The
It's
power of magic.
I have the power of God and anime on my side.
She does. Hoshiko really does. Oh, thimble rig.
Yeah. Resing all to just show what was available.
Yeah, double loop, double border control.
Double border control. Ugh.
And
So
the void, like,
yeah.
yeah. So that server was not feasible for some time.
That server is never feasible.
Yes.
Yeah.
That server is an apocalypse only server.
Yeah.
Having said that, they didn't get the first data loop res until send a message, so the money's pretty tight for that scenario. But yeah, it's definitely pretty strong. And,
so, yep.
And no agendas in HQ. So sometimes that just happens. Sometimes the deck hides from you.
Yep. And 19 turns, quite a long game.
So do we want to know who will be the first grand finalist?
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, so we're going to go to a 40-minute lunch break after this.
Yep. But I think it's important to point this out. So if we want to go back to Cobra.
Yes, just a moment.
Sorry.
There we go. Yep. So it will be Soka, William Soka. And we also know the outcome of Odol versus Edmund
Jai?
Ho or Jai.
So, we're waiting on is maninthemoon versus iceprisma.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So Jai is gonna be playing the winner of Man in the Moon and iceprisma.
Yep.
With
And
Sokka just waiting there on top of the.
Soccer has a nice, easy, very long lunch break since they don't need to be involved in round 4 or 5. They get to
Yes.
relax. They get to see everyone duke it out. So that'll be fun.
Yeah.
And he's not. Is he defending? He's not defending champion. He is defending champion.
I think so. Yeah.
Defending Intercontinental champion.
So this is a big moment.
Yes.
If he wins this, I believe he gets his citizenship not revoked. So that's good.
Yeah. By making the top cut, Soccer's already re-upped. I think as we were checking back, they represented quote unquote China last year. Because I'm not TOing, I haven't been able to force the top 8 to declare a channel and to declare a country. Sorry, but I'm sure we'll hear that later.
No, that's all good.
Okay.
And still this year, yeah, indeed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Maybe you get to pick 2 APAC countries, Soccer.
Maybe get
Dual
a bonus
citizenship.
country.
Yeah, you get to go to Intercontinentals again. You get dual citizenship.
Truly intercontinental with multiple countries on your back.
Alrighty. So we've got the bracket. I guess we go to lunch break now.
I'm happy to do that.
I'm going to run a raffle over lunch break so that all the people watching in get something to do while they're desperately feeding themselves.
Although I suppose we don't know the outcome of the last game. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, we're not sure yet about the other match. We shall see. Looking at the Jinteki, they're probably still at it.
Yep.
Ruffle is in the chat.
All right. Get it, chat. Here's the raffle. Oh, there goes chat. Maybe they won't notice. There we go. So how the game's been so far for you folks this top 8? How was watching and all these fine top 8 matches for you?
New meta is always impressive to see, and some of these decks we weren't expecting. I think and you're always going to have the people who go, okay, I think I've figured out this meta. I'm going to bring something new that no one's ever seen before. But there's been a bit of that here that's been like, oh, this is now a solution. This is now a new problem. And it's going to be... Midnight Sun's brought a lot of stuff to the table.
Yes, I would actually want to comment on that. Like the play styles and lines of play with all the mechanics and all the new stuff from each faction. Honestly, that both Corp and Runner that they brought to this expansion is very, very fun. There's something interesting to do with any new faction that you want to play.
If we want to jump back to Cobra, we do have the final report.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, great. Just one moment.
There we go.
There we are. So it's iceprisma getting through.
Yep.
So the next game is between Edmund Hojai and iceprisma. Yeah, Prisma. Is that correct?
So, yes, and it also means that it's the end of the run for both Odol and Man in the Moon.
Yep.
So big props to them.
Yes.
Pour one out for both the Ag Infusion decks and the off deck.
Yeah.
Oh, there are the Ag Infusion decks.
All the Ag Infusion decks are out.
Yeah.
It's not
J-
just.
All we got is Weyland and MBN.
Wow. And
Not
this,
sure.
the lone Anarch.
Yes.
And
Amongst all the shapers.
so, how long will this break be?
If it timer has gone through, it is it's 35 minutes from now.
Okay. Would you mind letting me know what that would be in AWST?
Yep. So 1:15 p.m. AWST, 3:15 local for us, Geneva.
Okay, great.
Okay.
We'll be back
All
very
right,
soon.
chat.
Shout out to Anzuke, who's probably the entire reason why we seem to use AWST for APAC. It's just gratuitous.
However,
good.
it does work for large parts of Asia as well.
Yeah.
So, you know.
You dang Perth players. Yeah, fair enough. I'll allow it. He says with no authority over it at all.
All right.
Okay. Thank you, everyone, and we'll be back. Back in about half an hour.
Yeah, we'll be back with the next round and also raffle winners. You know, the important part.
Yes. So, chat, you have a reason. Just stay there. Eat your lunch. Right there. Just eat your lunch right there. We'll be right back.
Cool. Thank you, everyone. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the 2022 Asia Pacific Continental Championships. We're on day 2. It's the top cut, and we're down to the last 4 people. Hello, my co-hosts. I have with me today Juabe, Juabe, and okay, we might be having a few changes to the standings. Hello, you there, Juabe? Hello? Juabe, I don't know if you're back from lunch. Yep.
Hello?
So I can...
You've muted yourself over Discord again.
I've muted myself on Discord again. This is very annoying. Very sorry about that. Just trying to make sure you don't hear all the lunch noises. So, Juabe, do you want to briefly introduce yourself again?
Hello, my name's Juabe, sometimes known Mitchell. I'm a player in the LHC grid. Been playing the game for about 8 years, and I sometimes do artwork on the side. Well, proxy cards on the side.
Yes, lots of them. Juabe, do you want to talk a bit about yourself just for a moment?
Hi, my name is Juabe, and I'm from the Philippines. I've been playing Netrunner on and off for I honestly don't remember X number. Around Order in Chaos. How about that? There we go. Around Order in the release of Order in Chaos, and yeah, I'm just happy to be here, commentating this wonderful event with everyone here. And yes.
Luke, are you there, Inactivist?
Maybe.
I know I'm here. I'm running around getting the table set up.
Okay, great. And we are also joined now by Abraham, Man in the Moon. You've been playing today, I think. If you're ready to say a few words, that would be cool. Or maybe you're joining us in a few moments.
Hi, it's me, Abraham, Man in the Moon. It's been a blast of a tournament, and I've always admired at the end of the tournament when the two people who've duked it out to the end get to chat a bit about the experience. I was like, can I just jump in and chat? Sorry, I didn't have you guys stream any of my games. If I made the top 4, I would have let you guys do that.
That's okay.
Did you want to
That's all
talk a bit
good.
about your experiences so far?
Sure. Let's see. I came into this turn.
Although I think Luke is mentioning that the table is available, so we can probably go in and watch the game. And as you go, if you want to talk to us about your experiences, did you play against either of these players?
Sorry, I just muted there for a second. I'll have to see. I wasn't. Let me join.
It was
game.
so Jai is playing Hoshiko, and iceprisma is on Reality Plus.
I don't think I played against either of those.
Cool.
But yeah, while they're still setting up and basically doing their first few turns, I would also like to. We would also like to hear from your experiences playing this tournament, especially with the decks you've seen or played against. We drop beers here who were giving us the details before, but we also want to hear from you on from what your perspective was in experiencing this this Continentals.
Yeah. Anything specific like matchups or? I mean, it was a blast. I was playing from US West, so I was super tired last night and didn't sleep very much. So if I'm a little spacey, sorry, but I went into the tournament thinking that Shaper was really, really strong, and that in general Runner was strong, and it was Corp's like prerogative to win games. Like if you want to do well, you have to win as Corp. So I tried to come up with something different and unique on my Corp side, which worked really well. It played undefeated in the Swiss, which was sweet. And just it got good opponents played really well. Knocked me out in the end. But yeah, any other questions? I'd be happy to. I've thoughts.
Yeah. Well,
Just
this in the. Sorry.
That the corp started off with a server and an ice. That turned out to be a spin doctor, and the runner has 2 pad taps out and Paladin Poemu. And the corp is now contemplating 7 cards in hand due to the spin doctor.
Well, I would like to ask, like, is there any deck or even any card that made you go, "Huh, I didn't expect this card to be here right now"? When it comes to like facing your opponents,
Yeah. Let's see. I think the Alice deck caught me off guard. I don't know if you got to stream any of those games. But
Unfortunately, I don't think we got to see Alice. We saw the cards in it, but not actually see it. Oh, and that's a hard-hitting news after the corp taking some credits.
Uh-oh. So they definitely can't. Well, they could beat this trace if iceprisma doesn't pour everything into it. They pour everything into it. So at the end of this turn, you are definitely going to have at least 1 tag. Unless there's some way of you to force the corp to get a credit without doing anything.
Oh,
no, never mind.
Yeah.
Because, yeah, Reality, MBM, Reality Plus.
Would have had to draw to avoid that.
And, of course, you don't want to draw with 6 in HQ already.
Okay. So right now, Jai is in a pretty tough spot with not having enough creds to take out all these tags. Only one of them remains, but sometimes one is all they need.
The Hoshiko coming in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Still left after the short gamble with 5 credits.
There's not much you can do with one tag, thankfully, nowadays. So it is safe to have a group of 2. Like years ago, this would have been this would have been dead. But nowadays, it's just a situation where you go, yep, trash everything. Well, all-seeing eye.
Huh. All right.
Okay, that's removed the pad taps quite efficiently.
As that. And yeah,
Market forces. Runner loses 3 and Corp gains 3.
And yeah, like that one tag that wasn't removed really now cost a lot for Jai, taking out so many econ resources and some raw creds as well.
People were saying Market Forces is a bad card.
Okay, and the Spin Doctor shuffling back hard, hitting user market forces, and something being placed in server 1.
Okay, so iceprisma right now, kinda not really in a lead of sense, but kinda a little bit in bit more control, especially taking out a lot of Hoshiko's econ sources.
Okay, drawing a card
But
and going after HQ.
But there is an open server.
Finding a self-growth program.
What's the chances of them having a second Market Forces?
Or the one that was spun back with the Spin Doctor.
Oh, so Abraham, do you have any thoughts about these 2 decks right now that they're being played, like Reality Plus and Hoshiko?
I was just gonna
Yep, there's
look
the
at the
Market
list.
Forces.
Oh, that's a nice draw.
Mm-hmm.
I
Oh,
actually
no.
I played a lot of Reality Plus over the last year. It's the main ID I played. Though I didn't quite take it to Worlds, but it's one of the main decks I've played. And I played it in the Delaware Circuit Opener tournament and just kind of got run over. And I definitely was playing a bit of a different style than these decks in the tournament today, but I was pretty surprised to see Reality Plus showing up so strong. And it makes sense with Drago being added. But
Yeah.
And just noting that the Spin Doctor was used to take back the Market Forces again, or perhaps it's... I don't know if there's 2 or 1, or... At any rate, it's back in R&D.
The other thing is, this is a vegan list. There is no boom. So, do you think that tag lists just don't really care about killing the opponent anymore?
I think that it's hard.
Drago revealed in server 1.
1 turn with 2 tags.
And then Market Forces again.
Oh my god.
Who needs artificial crypto crash? You can just tag them. Market Forces.
Yeah,
I
it's
think
Those are some forces. Yep.
I think if
Just narrating that the corporate gained 4 credits.
They can play the 4th. Also, Drago is still online.
Yep, sorry, that was the runner gaining 4 credits. So 4 credits, 2 tags.
There is an upside, which is R&D is open, HQ is open. There is nothing in there.
Something put into server 2 with 2 advancements? Server 1 with 2 advancements?
Still advance. So okay. So just quickly, with the Funhouse in HQ, that means that they had the choice to ice up. They did not. What do you think that says to the runner? Like, is that I don't care if you get into centrals anymore? It's quite an odd, play sometimes.
I think it's a conference play, but what do you think, Abraham?
I was going to think that this point, I was thinking this is probably a Bologna. A degree mill. That makes sense. But
Well, they can't steal a degree mill because there's nothing on the board.
I was thinking that as far as Funhouse goes, the runner's already tagged, and it's a very high cost card to res since you're not at a ton of credits. So if you play the Funhouse, they run it and they end the run, you're in a much worse position. So I'm guessing that the corpse still has some ice in their hand that are more flexible and going to be more useful at this moment. So that's why I would expect the Funhouse to be gone.
The runner finding I think it's a 1-of liberated account and using that.
Do you pay 2 to deny 4? Nah. Sorry, I'm just because that is still an option. 2 tags. Archive map.
So taking back market forces again, I think.
Oh
no.
No.
So that's 4, I believe.
And yes, they did. The corp did decide to trash the liberated account.
Why not?
Yeah, this is. Oh, and Jai eloquently expressing what's happening.
So there is still 1 in R&D, so there is potential for 5. I do have to point that out. Oops.
Yeah.
So strange that it's
So
already
going
turned
up to
8.
HQ.
It's already turned 8, and it looks like the game just started. Just looking at the
There we
board
go.
state. There we go. Nice.
Bologna. And gaining money.
Yeah. Steal the balloon. 3 balloons.
Now, as the corp, you gotta ice up. Like, there's no the game is starting to feel a little like getting into mid game. And you know that they're going to put down a Stargate eventually, probably.
Yeah. Hedge
or you
fund,
can set
further
up
ice,
server 1.
something in server
Jesus.
Ooh. Okay. Becoming a server.
1. Hoshiko giving draw.
How Jai's gonna react here. Still a stags.
Me just is thinking like you might as well just punish this and keep running R&D and HQ, but no, they're going to gain. Okay, if the 5th market forces comes up,
Just
that
gaining credits.
yeah,
And discarding a spare patchwork. Maybe.
well, it's kind of like damned if you didn't. No!
Oh no!
No!
Archive memories.
You son of a.
Market forces.
No.
Man, drop there felt the pain all the way from here.
And ice on HQ.
Nah.
This seems to be pretty effective vegan tag punishment.
Yeah.
That's 5. That's gotta be. That's 6 times. Oh, that's about 30 credits just stolen.
This might just be my favorite deck of the tournament. Just the idea of it.
And that's the 3rd. Does he have the 6th?
In the remote, it's Drago.
Uh-oh.
So 3 times.
6.
Yep, market forces again.
Market Forces is a bad card, but not for the reason that we originally thought.
Yes. Just gaining money again
Oh.
Market 6s. That's right.
after being
And,
wiped
like-
out for the 6th time.
Well, I know what I'm gonna be seeing in JNet deck tomorrow.
Oh yes.
That's a 4th tag if he chooses. Oh,
Yes, it was from Drago.
so I okay. This is incredibly salt-inducing. What do you do as the runner to go reset your mind state? Let's try and get back on track because this is an elimination match.
Yeah.
So you got to get back into the mindset of where the points is we're still at 3-3.
Yep.
So there is still a very good chance of taking 2 more points, two more agendas. Oh, that's all you need.
I didn't
How
even
you-
notice. Yeah, I didn't even notice that Ice already has 26 credits. I forgot.
Yeah.
Yeah, because Market Forces gives you all the credits that you
Yeah. So Jai drawing a lot for solutions and also using dirty laundry on HQ, which is the only central without ice on it.
I was
We're-
I
just
mean, I suppose you can say there's 2 market forces and 2 archive memories done and 2 spin doctors used.
looking at the list for the outs for the corp, and there's no psycho in this deck. So, and we've got 3 IP block and 1 endless ULA, which are and I guess you could advance Mausolus. But those are the only end the run items. And without,
Meh. You
Oh,
might
that
want
was a
to.
misclick of the self-growth program. Drago taking.
There's
the
not
creds,
really much you can.
right?
Yeah.
There's nothing on the board.
Yeah, yeah,
For
but
the
I
run.
think like
No.
Market forces again.
No.
I think
Stop
what
it.
like Abraham was saying, like there's not a lot of like end the run Ice, right?
yeah, there's only 4 end the run ice unless you advance Mausolus. So as long as the runner gets paperclip and gets credits, the corp won't be able to score out. So
Paper
that's why
clipping
the
in
runner
now
is continuing
and,
to click for credits.
clicking for credits. Yes.
Because if the runner has like 50, and the market forces are going to run out eventually.
Eventually.
There's
We've
2
still got
more
one spin
with
doctor.
doctor.
One
We've still
spin
got
doctor
spin
left.
doctor.
But
Yeah.
only one.
So
Okay, so install Advance. They think they're safe. They think they can score out,
that makes sense because
and they probably can because Degree Mill and Blown
Back
are
row.
pretty. Yeah.
and there's back room, so this is pretty likely. Those market forces. That's about as mean as what I was playing.
This is the equivalent of
Runner choosing
Choo-
to just take
just-
credits.
Because if it's NGO, that's his only out. I think that's their only out.
Nope,
advancing
Bologna.
more, and that was Bologna.
And as pointed out by chat, thank you, Verum Ferrari. If there's a back room in this deck, which there is, that's game.
Yep.
So we're officially running on a timer. How fast can you draw into the back room?
The runner drawing and then drawing again with Juices Wild. Gaining credit.
After playing a lot of NBN, there is an interesting out that the runner has, which is to get some money and hope the back room's near the bottom of the deck.
Hippo?
It's not good, but
There.
And a stone ship being trashed to draw 2 cards.
Question off to my health. Self-growth program, do you need 2 on the board to force that? Or can you do it with 1 and then neglect to find the second?
not positive.
So
Not
it's
sure.
so people are going to
Because that was
start
in hand
slotting
earlier.
misdirection.
Yeah.
I know you're not supposed to use hidden information like that, but oh, that's just
Store advance.
that's good. I'm pretty sure that's probably them going. Actually, they can't win even if they steal this, so might as well.
Yes, and as like Abraham mentioned, like if Jai doesn't have a barrier breaker of any form to stop if one of these are barriers, that's pretty much checkmate. For
There's a paperclip.
Unless they're both barriers, he can take some credit, or they can take some credits.
Choosing to Stargate and Boomerang.
Okay.
All right.
That was a turnpike.
Good hippo it. Or no, decides to take the tag.
At this point,
Yeah. 6 tags.
like 5, 6, 7, 10 tags is pretty much the same.
And that
Yeah, but you're forcing. You actually kind of want to avoid the tag because you're making them draw even more.
Seeing subliminal messaging, Bologna, and self-growth program, trashing the Bologna.
The balloon is just there.
1, 2. So that's
Staring.
3 of them. But this will be the degree mill.
It was the degree mill. Good game.
I think it's yeah.
That
So
was
that's
a deck.
I think there might
7 market forces, I believe, at the end.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah.
And I'm scared playing in JNet tomorrow or later.
I'm scared playing Osnats.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
There was an interesting line that the runner could have potentially used, which is to just take 3 and run the remote and hope that only one of them is IP block, and then you can install the paperclip, break the IP block, and steal the degree mill with the hippo and the paperclip. But
That's true.
But it wouldn't have worked if it was Bologna, and I'm guessing they just took a line, hoping it was like not the agenda, because Stargate was a good play if it wasn't.
Yeah, that is fair. Sometimes you're just gonna have to like pick a just live with the line you're gonna pick.
Yeah, I don't think they would have had enough money to steal Bologna too, which would have been pretty big. And yeah.
Okay, so that was the an elimination match between iceprisma and Jai.
Yep.
That also means that it's the end of the run for Jai.
Yeah.
Give big props to him.
Yes.
doing very, very well, going all the way to this point.
And also getting to
And
go to the Intercontinentals, is that right? All of
top 4.
the top 4 get to go
Um,
to the Intercontinentals?
Off the top of my
Mm.
head, yes.
mhm. So iceprisma is gonna be meeting up with arlekj. Oh, sorry, is that um pronunciation? Apologies for the what's essentially the lower bracket finals, right?
Yeah.
If my bracketing
Yep.
brain is correct, is the lower bracket finals?
Yes, this is correct. Winner of this will face soccer.
Soccer. And so we have potentially 2 or 3 matches left because as per the double elimination, if the winner of arlekj and iceprisma takes on Sokka and then beats Sokka, there'll be another match after that.
Yes.
As per double elimination. So let's see. Sokka is just here in chat, just chilling, just waiting for who is it gonna be? It's gonna face them in the grands. So I think they're now just setting up. Yes.
Yep. They're obviously giving a couple of minutes to allow people to rest their minds for a little, but
Yes.
then we should be getting into it soon. 5 minutes. Odd. So do we want to comment about that game, or that was a spicy
Well,
game?
that was a game. That was definitely a game.
I think a lot of people were expecting like reoccurring Chasuka and stuff like that, like endless sabotages and stuff like that. Not market forces.
Definitely that market forces. I'm kind of interested to see how that that entire idea came about, especially like adding those kind of cards that a lot of people have not probably seen in a bit.
To be fair, oh gosh, empty accounts, which rotated ages ago.
Closed accounts.
Yep, closed accounts. That did rotate ages ago, but people still remember it as that one card that can just ruin a game sometimes. So see it come back is like it sparks the mind of, all right, that is a viable solution to a lot of problems.
Yeah.
What do you think, Abraham, about this this rather very powerful, this interesting reality plus deck that's just flat out constant denial at every return?
Yeah, it's very interesting.
It's also the same one that Soccer is playing as well. So I think two of this deck in the top 4 players, I think it will get a lot of attention of how people will counter it for the Americas Continentals.
To be clear, like this is also a statement on the runners, the players themselves. They are very good.
Oh yes,
Absolutely. This isn't them finding this weird deck and going, "Oh, this is actually broken." They need to pilot, and piloting for this is insanely hard sometimes.
Yeah, getting some of those. I mean, having 3 market forces in the deck definitely goes a long ways to making what we saw like possible. But they were like always there. The deck has like 44 cards in it, and there was a market forces in the hand the whole time. And I think that is it Jai was counting on that not quite being the case, and until I think about 3 tags, it probably could have cleared cleared down.
Chad, sorry.
Oh, it's fine. Yeah, it's
Sorry,
interesting.
Yep, sorry. Just pointing out, Arizona from chat. This deck really benefit from Eric's deck list of arguing Pinhole is a scam. Just, I think a lot of people are starting to look at Pinhole and going, "Oh, yeah, no, this is a good." A lot of the Midnight Sun cards, everyone's going to go, "No, we need to start playing this." I think.
Yeah, it's interesting. I played a modified version of the crit D20s Metabreaker Woo list, and I, in my testing games, almost never used the pinhole threading, and would often, have 2 in my hand and discard it. And I chatted with him a little bit before the Continentals, and he seemed to know what was going on. I was like, I'm going to keep these in the deck. I trust his call. I changed other cards. I actually was, I don't know if anybody noticed, but I was on 48 cards just because I wasn't quite sure what I wanted. And then forgot to update my deck before the final submission deadline. I was like, play on 48.
Oh yeah.
And it was fine. I think I know now what I would have taken out, but it worked out. But I didn't. The pinholes came in clutch. I ended up playing against Fusion a couple of times, and being able to use pinhole. Actually, the first game I lost on stream, I had a pinhole in my hand, and if I had pinholed HQ and not accessed the Mwanza, I think I would have won the game that turn because I could have played 2 deep dives. And it's like being able to use pinhole both to get something, but also avoid accessing dangerous things when you're running with deep dive. It's really powerful. Being able to like run HQ when there's a Mwanza and then trash a Chrysium and not access the Mwanza handful of snares or whatever. It's a very, very powerful and useful card that I definitely think is worth playing. That being said, there is an argument for just playing better, and sometimes you can get by with that. But it's also nice to have tools let you do things that the corp won't expect.
I think maybe we could get into the next round's pairing.
It's here. Oh.
Actually, the person's put it in casual instead of tournament, so.
I'm sorry.
Accident. And it's not being. Oh, are we able to?
Would someone?
Yeah. So.
I'll ask.
Yes,
don't worry.
that would be great.
Hello.
So just for noticing, this will be an outfit versus a lat. So outfit, fast, like multi choice really, because it's got the 1 boom, it's got the 3 hard hitting news, but it's more focused also on audacity and like wake up call. Like the kill is not the aim, if that makes sense. It's a nice positive.
Okay. We have consent from both sides, so we are good to go.
Great.
Been really excited to see this outfit played because I'm curious how it operates. I looked at it and I was like, that's just a kind of, this is a punishing fast advance shell, but I'll be curious to see it.
Yeah. So and here we go, everybody. Iceprisma on lat, and I'm sorry, I'm not really sure how to pronounce arlekj on the outfit.
I've just accepted that I'm going to mispronounce everyone's names. It's
So it's a mulligan to start off with from
double.
everyone.
Alright. Let's go.
Winner here faces Soccer in the grand finals.
Imagine
Starting
if.
with too big to fail.
So. Ooh, okay.
I mean, starting off with 15 credits off of the bat is pretty good. And
Yeah.
Server with 1 ice and something in it.
Let's
sorry.
see how iceprisma is gonna respond. Will they build up, or will they do like a slight peek on the R&D or HQ? They are open.
Interesting to note that that can only be a spin doctor, virus, or agenda.
Yes, looking at the what they have, that is correct. That is true.
Sure gamble. 2 clicks. Okay, Vizeki.
I wouldn't be surprised if it's Atlas.
Yeah.
We might get even an audacity from hand to get an extra counter or something.
Yeah, I'm expecting. It's kind of risky sometimes when you go, ice it up and then put agenda in, but you kind of expect the runner not to have a solution to ice on the first turn, or to just build up their board state on first turn.
So iced R&D HQ and 1 advancement to server 1.
That is definitely an agenda now.
Yes.
Well, it's definitely Atlas because you're free. That's why you put the extra counter on it.
Yeah,
So
most likely. Could be a really bad hand, and it's going to be an audacity for a food score, but that would be...
Oh, that'd be hilarious, but...
Yeah.
That'd be a great bait, actually. Like... Nerves of steel.
Just hope you don't draw an agenda.
Yes. just don't draw them.
Lat drawing.
Just trying to find that self-modifying code. Well, actually, they don't have enough money to really self-modify code run, do they? 7 credits.
Not without overclock.
Yeah, so you'd have to go broke if you don't have overclock.
I guess you could pull, like... no, I don't think you could do much. Is he's on paperclip, right?
Soccer mentioning there's no SMC in the deck, so...
Wait, right, yeah. Sorry, I'm used to every single shaper having 3 SMC in their deck. Because that's what you do when you play shaper.
Oh, here's
you don't need SMC when you got boat. That's why.
That's true.
And giving rigging up. And going after server 1, which is a Horton res.
Alright. Boat goes through.
That's big for the runner.
And yes, as people predicted, Project Atlas.
It was an attempt for an advanced Atlas. An over-advanced Atlas.
So, draw. Is there a hard-hitting news?
Corp drawing a lot?
No.
No, okay.
Using a hedge fund.
So that was a little scary because hard-hitting news now would have actually been a pretty devastating move.
Yes. So this gives ice
twice and then
prisma.
dirty laundry to archives.
More leeway, more boat counters, a little bit more money.
Gaining credit. And also Lat acting to draw an extra card.
Yeah.
Something in
iceprisma can just sit back and try and just snipe stuff.
Okay, 2 advancements, and it was a hostile takeover.
Gain 7 and then gain 3 credits. It's
22 credits is a nice place to be.
That's a lot of money.
I think that this is an interesting spot to be in. Lat really wants to find Clot, because right now the runner's in a pretty good spot.
Sure
but if-
gamble. Dirty laundry. Some money and cards. Discarding a paperclip.
So right now the runner's in a really strong spot unless they can't find Clot and the corpse able to start scoring. They've got 3 more agendas to score. And that's very possible without Clot, but still going to be very hard to pull off before Lat is able to find the Clot.
the other thing is you kind of also want to find Stargate, which with a boat out, so you can just keep running R&D.
Yeah, definitely.
And Audacity. To
the
score an
Clot's in the hand.
ASIAF protocol.
Uh-oh. Clot was in hand.
Clot got into the bin.
There was Clot.
Actually, that's not
It's
bad
okay.
because Simulchip.
Yes, that might be where you wanted it.
Interesting that the runner could have discarded Clot instead of Paperclip, and then they could have stopped that with the Simulchip, but chose to have the pressure, the aggressive pressure of Paperclip instead.
Runner drawing. Twice. Going after archives.
Yeah, I think it's worth a peek at least. Keep them honest. And also a free counter.
Yep. Going after R&D, which is Bulwark.
Ooh.
You do have the money to bring out the paperclip here, or actually just use boat counters, which is probably the smarter play because you don't want to be paying 11. Jeez.
It's a
You
lot
might
of...
you'd probably still install the Paperclip with your bad publicity, so you can run in the future for cheaper.
True.
But I would definitely break this with boat.
They're thinking about it.
Okay, boat. Okay, they're gonna let the trash
Because
program
this
sugar.
also fires Simulchip's ability. So I won't be surprised if Clot just goes back onto the board. Or no, never mind.
Okay.
Okay, never mind. They're just gonna let Rozeki go to the bin for nothing. And Simulchip can't be used now.
I think that trading a Rozeki for 2 boat counters is definitely worth it.
Drawing another ice on R&D and another card into server 1. The runner
Outfit is
responding
playing.
with drawing twice.
Corp is just trying to keep Lat's ID from triggering.
Installing daily costs.
I'm surprised they don't run the remote.
Me too. I was gonna say.
That's Rashida, right?
And
No, there's no Rashidas. There's only
There's no
spin the
Rashida.
virus and agendas.
Increasing.
Okay,
It's the right play.
So it was a
If you-
reserve spin doctor.
I mean, if it was an agenda, you don't keep it in the hand. So I feel like if it was an agenda, it would have gone in server 1 anyways. So I feel like you got to check it, but I made the right call.
Yes.
Shuffling
Well, that was
back
hostile.
Audacity and Hedge Fund, and then icing HQ and placing a card in server 1.
I was thinking of that they could arlekj could just like bluff that face down card as like spin doctor, and it was actually an agenda.
Yeah.
But it was spin doctor, I guess.
Yeah.
So the runner using Into the Depths to capitalize on the ice, I guess, on server 1.
I'm guessing we'll see the code gate breaker here, because you can just start building it
It's
up.
another spin doctor.
Mhm.
Bad publicity.
Yes.
And install with bad publicity. That's nice.
It is pretty nice. So let's see if iceprisma is gonna do that. They're still approaching server 1.
He's trying to work out if he pops it. Oh no, we're past that step. Yeah, that's an access.
So just
Ah,
gives me
okay.
the option to install hyperbaric.
Okay.
That's because of wake up call. So wake up call, if you trash the spin doctor, you get wake up called on the boat. So
Oh wow. Okay, okay. That's now that's something that we have to worry about. Wake up calls.
Certainly a very
Mhm.
aware play there. Going into HQ, no res.
Mm-hmm. So, I suppose I'm really considering even something as seemingly like automatic as trashing the spin.
something that's worth noting here is if lat or iceprisma doesn't encounter a barrier to install paperclip, their clot threat involves trashing their Koge breaker.
Mm-hmm.
Can I use hyperbaric after I have accessed card in hand? Is the question from iceprisma.
I think no, but I'm not sure.
There's
Yes.
I think
Is there?
Isengrin as the judge is already in the game watching, so
Mhm.
yeah, so
No.
okay,
That's
accessing
always good.
trebuchet.
But it's always good to ask, just in case. Okay.
Going back into HQ.
Yep. Oh, no
Nervous.
res?
Makes sense.
Nervous gaming.
Using hyperbaric.
Let's see. Another trebuchet.
Accessing a second or the same trebuchet.
HQ runs. He's
Okay,
making it doing it again?
third run.
Third trebuchet.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Hyperbaric getting quite a lot of counters, and that was Audacity seeing.
So reasonably confident that HQ is kind of safe. Not a lot of agendas, although there's no real seeing, but yeah.
Mm-mm.
This is a very tricky game suddenly, because everyone's just like trying to work out how best to work out what the other's doing.
Yep. It's interesting that the speed of earlier games or games yesterday was quite fast, whereas each player thinking a lot when taking their turns.
Oh, there was one game that was extremely fast. But this one's definitely going back to the let's think out every move.
Yeah. Drawing 2 cards as the corp.
With the Spin Doctor out, you're free to trash whatever you want from HQ and then have out.
Yeah. Extra ice on server 1, where the spin doctor is.
I'm really curious if we're gonna get a fast advance here, because then you have a question of does the lat want to trash their code gate breaker to pull clot or not? It would be an interesting interaction.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Never mind. I was a turn behind. We're fine.
Mm-hmm.
The question has passed.
Diesel
I
is
thi-
Still,
there.
like,
I think if you're lat right now, you're trying to find. Oh, doesn't matter. This will
Into the
be
depths.
This will probably be to install like a Rozeki or something, just to have that option.
Into HQ,
I think you
not
could hit
rest.
Stargate here.
That is also an option. Although Bull Rock is a pain to get through.
There's 3 bad publicity, and the runner's pretty rich, so I think it's okay with paperclip.
yeah.
What is he looking for?
Okay, Rozeki.
Rozeki.
Oh, hello, hard-hitting news.
Okay. Well, I mean.
Well,
So,
while you're on 15 credits, Hunting News doesn't do its job as
okay, seeing
Oh.
the boom, which is a really good
And that's a
thing to see,
one-off.
and trash.
There's the wake up call though, so
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't know if Wake Up Call's in hand. We've looked through a lot of HQ and we haven't seen it.
No trash though, using Creative Commission.
Mm-hmm.
at this point the boom doesn't do very much. I think you only trash it if you want to be able to access one more card. Or not access the boom next time you run, basically.
Corp looking to draw. An extra ice for server 1.
Mm-hmm.
So Clot right now is definitely online. You just have to trash a Rozeki, which I'm pretty sure you're happy to do.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised to see a virus installed in server 1 sometime soon, because then you're pressuring the runner to go through that remote and trash the virus.
Corp
They
drawing
don't have any.
Yep, but there's only one off in. Sorry, there's only one of virus in this deck, so you gotta search R&D for it.
That's true.
Ice Wall.
Oh, hello. Ice wall. Good old ice wall.
Keeping endurance and hyperbaric very well charged. Going back into HQ. Seeing too big to fail.
I think at this stage you you probably could have rezzed that ice just to get rid of the bad publicity credits and make them pay for the
Checking
to
on
charge up.
which activates the Spin Doctor. To shuffle 2 unseen cards.
So we're just going. Oh, that's the Hunting. No, sorry, never mind.
Sorry. Creative Commission again.
So one of the wake up calls is in the bin.
Since we have a wake up call in the bin, you're guaranteed to have a wake up call in the hand.
Mm-hmm.
You'd
And
probably be okay with taking 4 meat damage, maybe, to just keep your boat. That might be an option.
Yeah.
yeah, but also it seems like iceprisma right now really is kind of in control so far of the situation. Having like a big boat and having really good econ right now. So I think iceprisma can really take their time picking these shots.
So hedge fund, install card, server 1, and extra credit. Iceprisma
20.
very ahead on credits, 29 versus 15. Installing Nanautic. Going into server 1. Seeing the trebuchet.
So there is a paperclip in the bin, so everything is
Seeing
online.
several trebuchets. Bad publicity is up to 5, yeah.
Yeah, 5 bad publicity. Normally you wouldn't be too worried as an outfit on 1 or 2, but 5 starts to dig into your... That's sometimes just free runs on R&D. And if they ever find the good old Stargate, that is an option now. No matter, even with the paying 7, like if 5 of that's just bad publicity credits, getting in for 2 is pretty good for a Stargate. Oh, Atlas.
Okay, snipes the
Yeah.
Atlas.
With 5 bad publicity, boat hyperbaric on 8 counters, and the Natotic, the ices.
Looking at
Fairly
HQ
bland.
and installing a tap one.
Everybody loves the worm.
The worm. And then a lot of iceprisma runs are like super efficient.
Now, normally Tapeworm would actually be extremely bad for Outfit, but Outfit he's only on 7 credits right now. He hasn't been able to like rack up this. Never mind. Here we go.
Too big to fail.
6 bad publicity. Just throw caution to the wind.
Run a drawing and shore gamble, and then going into server 1 again.
I think at this point the runner can get into pretty much anything they want, and the corp might need to think of a different game plan because this server's not taxing.
Yes, it's almost free. It's kind of almost.
So
They paid 6 credits to get through.
Aziev protocol.
They paid 6 credits plus 6 bad publicity to get in there. Well, actually, no. 2.
Putting out another symbol chip.
5, 10. 10 plus 2. Yeah, 12.
I like right now. It's a really tough
Lot
spot.
of drawing by the corp.
Yeah, trying to find a solution or something.
And the worst thing is, you can't do your fast advance plan because there's still 2 symbol chips.
Yep.
So it's suddenly like you can't use your first kill option and you can't use your second fast advance option.
Yep.
Yes.
Checking HQ and seeing archived memories. HQ again. Accessing hostile takeover, and that's the game.
Congratulations.
Congratulations, iceprisma. So we're gonna see the 2 players play the same decks.
Yes.
It is a mirror match. There is one difference, which is Nanok is out, Ika is in, I think, on soccer. But we're going to see the mirror match, basically.
Mm-hmm.
So for those wondering, it will be soccer with a the bracket needing to just win one of these games. iceprisma does need to win 2 because they need the bracket reset.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Because it's still a double elimination, so even though so technically since Saka has not lost a match, they need to be knocked down twice.
Yeah. So this is double elimination, single sided. Thanks, Vale, for putting that on chat. So, but all that doesn't matter now. All that matters is the grand finals.
Mm-hmm. So if theoreticals here, if Saka wins this grand finals match, that's it. But
That's it.
If,
He just needs to win one of these.
mm-hmm. But if Ice Prisma does win, there'll be another match because
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Sorry.
So,
So, yeah. KF of 99, how is determined who has what side, is originally a coin flip, and then is the side that you have played the least in the format, in the bracket.
Mhm.
So, we can probably... Normally we'd be like, let's have a look at the different decks and how they run, but it's the same deck. It is
Yeah.
literally the same deck, and so I'm not sure how you want to talk about this. So Reality Plus guarantee to win. Lat guarantee to win. When you woke up today, did you expect Lat to be the grand final, to be the winner of Continentals?
I
I mean, with
I
the people
definitely
who are playing it, yes, I think there's a good chance. But other
Okay,
than that, no.
I'll rephrase that. Before on Friday, did you expect Lat to even show up to this Continentals?
nope.
Nope.
I will be
Hey.
honest.
I wouldn't have expected it. I mean, I'm
So that's I think that is something to talk about. Like people, like there are new decks, and especially there are decks that people have been, I'm not going to say hiding, but definitely put on this might be something that I can put into a tournament and start taking wins out of. So that is something that's might even become even more important when going to next week with the next Continentals, because there is there is going to be a lat list at the end of the day. Do people start looking at it, or do they keep with their what they think is side? Do they keep with Sable, or do they keep with Good Stuff Anarch? Or do they keep with Meta Woo? Because Meta Woo did show up. It did get you a top 8.
I
this
think,
is
given the strength of the Shaper showing, I think some people will decide that they're going to take that to Americas or Europe, Africa, and Middle East continentals.
I mean, the Shaper shell is pretty similar in a lot of places. It's kind of the type of piloting that you want to make or you want to play. I think that this lat build is very good and is being piloted by very good players.
Yes.
But
yes.
it's not a simple deck to pilot. I lost against iceprisma, and I lost just because of the Parisha include, which is not something I expected to see in finals. But I was playing, or in general, but I was playing a trash cost attrition kill deck, and the Parisha dripped to every turn after it was installed, which is about turn 4 off of A into the depths, and that like single-handedly won the game. So it's like it's a really interesting deck that is very well constructed, but it's not like an easy deck to pilot, and I think that people will struggle to just like pick it up and play it in Continentals unless they've had a lot of practice playing a lot of different types of gameplay. I feel like this list also, though it's not the same as Adam, definitely it feels a little bit like it's trying to play a get rich and close out the corporation's options to win style of.
So unless you've been on the Shaper bandwagon for the last 2 years, where Shaper was considered the worst faction, you're probably not going to be able to just pick it up.
I mean, it's a good deck, and you can definitely win games probably at whatever level you're at. But this type of deck is, I think, often going to be a skill matchup in every single matchup that you're playing. I don't know, but I guess that's what Netrunner is. So.
So let's just move on to the Reality Plus, maybe. The Vegan Reality Plus being the winner of Continentals, no matter what here. Vegan Reality Plus.
If you want my thoughts, I would have been surprised to see any yellow decks playing kill right now. Actually, I think that the boom is, you need to have it in your hand, and if you play boom, you don't play a lot of other really powerful cards that you want in yellow. And I'm surprised to see market forces as like a huge part of the tag punishment. I would have expected something along the lines of Psycho if I was to guess, but
Psycho Bill's always been a part of the game, but yeah, something like this is completely different.
Yeah, I think it's hard to play tag and bag in yellow because of the trash cost on boom and not having
Wrong ice having all your ice be porous?
No high profile target anymore.
Oh, right, yes.
So I think that with it feels harder to make the boom work. Like you need it in your hand when the tags are there, and it not to get trashed. I played around with it a bit. It just seems hard to pull off when the yellow tag punishment is really strong, especially comboing with Drago being able to drop one tag, so you can play All Seeing Eye, Market Forces, Backroom, Self Growth, a lot of punishment cards that don't take more than one tag. So you can really start snowballing the game and getting an advantage. So I guess the simple answer is I'm not surprised to see vegan yellow be better than kill yellow.
Okay. That's all good. We're just waiting. Players get to rest a bit before the grand finals, which is their right.
Yep, particularly as iceprisma will be needing to play next. So
yes, that's 3 games in a row for iceprisma, I believe. So that's what. Well, technically they've played in every single round. But that's, of course, the benefits of winning all your matches. You just get to relax and see how how everyone knocks each other out.
So let's see right now. It's kind of funny to think like what the matchup's gonna be because it's just the same. It's the same deck sans one card. And we've seen the power of both those decks already. But although we have not seen this pair of decks go at each other, so that's, I think, an interesting thing. See, 'cause you see, we saw how powerful the Lat deck and the R plus deck could be. So let's see what happens when they finally when they face each other in the grand finals.
The other aspect is we think these two players test against each other. So, I mean, I guess they have played the match that they're going to play before, and I mean, clearly they know each other's decks, but even maybe they know each other's play styles and tendencies in the way they use the decks.
Yeah, it's always fun to see when it's more than just a straight up tech matchup, but it becomes a player matchup. That like even the small quirks that your opponent is making. So sometimes you might make a play that for us on the outside just looking in, it's like, oh, that doesn't make sense. But to those two players, like they both know why this play was made.
I think something. I mean, I'd be really curious to hear from the players which side they think is favored. Like, I'm sure they've played these decks against each other before, and I mean, Sokka's in an advantageous position where he can play the side that he has, and if it's the side that's not favored, he gets to play the side that's favored also. I mean, maybe they're even, but I'd be really curious to hear like their thoughts on the matchup, especially if it's a practiced one. This may be like a training game that we get to watch, kind of, but for all the marbles.
Just from Soccer in the chat a while back, I have found nothing that puts up a good fight against this Lat. I think that's pretty telling.
Yeah, certainly looking like Lat might be the favoured side. But the choice of side is random, is that correct?
It will be whatever you haven't played the least of, I believe. So it will Soccer will be on runner.
Okay.
Oh, let's go.
So iceprisma with Reality Plus. So just looking back, we've got a pretty, I'm not gonna say it's a really runner favored meta. That's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 wins to runner. 1, 2, 3, 3 wins to Corp during this bracket. That's I'm not gonna say that's worrying, but it's definitely a bit of a interesting push in especially in the direction of Shaper with their new endurance. It's I'm not gonna say it's big, but it's definitely like showing that this is a card. This is something that you do need to be worried about.
That's right. Let's see. I'm just checking. Maybe they're still up. The tables still have not appeared, so maybe they're still just doing a little bit of rest, especially for iceprisma, who has just been through a gauntlet of fights. So before facing Sokka, who is very, very well rested right now, theoretically well rested.
Yes.
So we shall see in a bit.
Although it's probably quite late or not not the best hour for either of these players, because Sokka's in Canada and I think iceprisma is in Finland.
I'm not sure.
That is correct.
Okay.
So neither.
They got one of them's going to get citizenship though.
Yeah.
So
that's the true prize.
For those wondering, there is a pretty big prize on the line here for this match, actually. So we do have the championship belt, which will be given out to one of these players. There is a world championship bye, which is a first round bye, which is actually really important if you are planning on playing in world championship, because that just gives you 2 free wins. That is really good. And then, of course, you get the championship title, which is you get to say that you are the champion of APAC, which is a pretty nice title, gotta say.
And
Yeah.
for soccer, I guess he's keen to be defending it.
Yep.
Having won here and then having won in the Intercontinentals last year. And I guess Ice Prisoner keen for a first time in APAC.
So it's gonna be very, 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 very exciting. Remember, everyone, this could be the last, or this is not the last, the penultimate match later. So hold on to your digital hats for this upcoming bout. We've seen the power of both these decks can bring, and a lot of people are saying that Lat is slightly favored, but you can never know. This is Netrunner. We've seen a lot of like very, very surprising things this tournament. So I wouldn't be surprised. I would be surprised that I would be surprised. That was a sentence.
Yeah.
I think.
Definitely.
Oh, and someone wants the trophy back. Trophy back.
So the tournament lobby is up. I'm just asking.
Okay, thank you.
They are okay with being streamed. I'm pretty sure that wasn't going to be an issue, but
Lovely.
it's also important to note that both of these players will be invited to the Intercontinentals. So the Intercontinentals will be a... So this isn't the end-all be-all. This is going to... both of them are going to be... both of them get to fight it out again. It's not going to be the end of the entire tournament, even though it is the end of the tournament. People can bust out those plastic lat prizes they won years ago.
Oh yeah.
I need someone to work out a good Az list so I can use my Az.
Okay, we're starting. Soccer running with Lat and Ice Prisoner coping with NBN Reality Plus. And just noting the round is untimed.
Yes,
Everyone's
so
keeping their hand.
this is gonna be. So there's no. So the entire like time pressure right now is completely eliminated. So this is just gonna be like a battle of wits between Sokka and Ice Prisma.
The time limit is the judge looking at you and going, "Okay, it's been 5 minutes."
It's been 3 hours.
And also the fact that it is probably, I think they've said 8:30 a.m. or 9:30, or it's been midnight. Like, they are playing at not APAC hours, let's say.
Yes.
Even though they are APAC players, we claim them.
Yes.
Okay, starting with a server install, ice on the server, and gaining a credit.
So R&D and HQ are open, but there's not much you can do about it, I guess. with a really low agenda density deck, like it does having centrals open is a viable strategy, if that makes sense.
Yes. If
Pad
you
tap
believe in
with
your
Zaki.
odds to be in your favor, then
Draw.
you can
gain
just leave
credit.
it open for now.
And also, if they run, you've got punishment. That's the other thing.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Okay, so 2 advancements and revealing it's a Drago Ivanov.
One tag. What are you going to do with the one tag? Nothing.
And an extra ice on
Okay,
Sable
just
1.
chill there. Just chilling there.
Just a, hey, bit of a hip shot drag off. Just going, no, it's over here.
Taking
You've
the
got to
tag
run
off,
it.
an extra pad tap, and just gaining credits.
See this situation, I think, Pinhole. No, that's a good card.
That's
2
true.
credits for the corp, and then trashing 1 of the pad taps.
That puts Prisma down to 4 credits, so that's a bit of a risky pad tap trash, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Because it's not even enough for a hedge fund, but you could just Drago it out.
Soccer
Or something.
drawing, installing Ika, and then Dirty Laundry on R&D.
So how's the heart of the cards?
Does Sokka have the heart of the cards? Oh,
Having
it's
some considerations
taking
about
Might be
taking a
Bologna.
while. Or the other one. I'm sorry. Yeah, degree mill. The degree mill.
it is.
Oh, it's
Bologna.
Bologna. Oh, let's go. Oh,
Okay,
do it
and
again.
Dirty
Okay,
Laundry to be able to recover some money.
Heart of the cards works.
Sokka does have the heart of the cards. Oh my goodness.
I don't really want to steal, to be honest.
I don't want it anyway.
Which is true. Like, you are... Next card is another Bologna. That... We'll see. We'll have to, we don't see the official info saying it, but I'm going to guess that's a... Oh... That's a scary situation to be in.
I like that. Like, oh, yo, this your tech is good. Oh yeah, that's true. Like, isn't it almost the same? Don't you play the same decks?
Yes, that's the meme.
Drago again. Giving a tag. Ice on HQ. Soccer drawing, remove tag, and gaining 1. Gaining 1, hedge fund.
All right, ice
And
prisma.
then remove, paying 3 to trash the pad tap.
Only 6 creds, not great, but not too bad.
Is it what? You probably do want to trash the pad tap because this deck makes a mean amount of money. Oh wow. Okay, we just jumped up to 20.
Okay.
Creative Commission. Sure gamble. And drawing. And gaining credit. Okay. Drago.
Keep him
Again.
tagged.
Tag. And playing the market forces that we remember from earlier.
1 out of 11.
On one tag, it's not very effective, especially when the corp has. When the runner has 20 credits, it only brings them down to 16, and they just immediately click back up.
misdirection and gaining 2.
And there's the counter.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, when you make your own deck, you always go, I should probably put this in to counter myself.
Just in case I see it. So let's see how iceprisma is gonna respond to this. Or what they're gonna do right now.
It's interesting because they can basically get into anywhere they want, and there's not much that the corp can do about it right now. So you got to consider your options.
So, drawing, installing a new server 2 that there's no ice, and 1 advancement to Drago. Checking server 2, which is Spin Doctor.
As expected.
Yep.
Same simul chip.
Yes. And the market forces have been spun back. Sokka just gaining 2 credits as well. At 20 now.
I personally think it's interesting that even on like 18 credits, they go, no, I want to click twice to gain 2 credits. I want to be on even more money.
Yeah. I guess they can they seem that okay. I can pace this a little bit more slower, so I don't really need to do anything more drastic than clicking for a credit.
Yep. 1 ice on R&D and then advancing Drago again. And taking credit.
They are going to need to trash 2 from HQ. $21 credits and a board that you can run. Like, is there anything in Netrunner that is this go time?
For right now, for lat.
Yeah. Like, what are you waiting for? You waiting for like a Stargate or?
Maybe.
Or are you waiting for the corp to take the first move because the server is still full with Drago?
I think that's a good point. Like you're waiting. You have the points. You're kind of waiting for the runner to force you to do something.
Sokka drawing 3 cards and then gaining 1.
There's kind of no need right now for
Caught by the
Sokka
Weyland
to.
again. And also endurance, which might mean there's another one available.
I used to have a rule of thumb: when you're playing against NBN, you need 20 more credits than the corp to run.
That is one way to put it.
So getting richer isn't necessarily bad. Trashing the Drago doesn't really work because there's just more. And I think you just try and get as rich as you can, and then just wait as the runner.
The other thing, though, is also there's a Bologna in HQ, so you might be able to snipe one, maybe.
Just a slight misclick. The Drago is not getting used. There is going to. So the corp gaining 2 credits.
This looks like a setup for advanced Drago. Market forces to gain 12.
Put him back to and put soccer back to 11 credits.
Yep.
Oh, no.
Here's the endurance coming out, and then Into the Depths being used on server 1 with 2 ice.
Do you res these and start going down to like 0 credits? Okay, but I guess that answers that.
Yep, so it's a funhouse res.
You can clear with misdirection, which is nice. So you can just take both, I assume.
You do have to have the 2 clicks, but yeah, well, actually, they have the 2 clicks, so it's all good.
And then IP block res.
You can boot this.
Clean. And you get a nice 2 ice into the depths. That's pretty.
And that's a lot of value for the depths right now.
So what are you searching for with Into the Depths at this situation?
Getting a Berserker.
I would have said maybe try to Stargate more, but okay, sure.
And then,
More money is always good.
as people mentioned, using misdirection to clear the tags.
I think that one of the best ways to win as runner is to just try not to lose all game long. And it looks like that's what Saka is doing.
It is a strategy, I guess.
Okay, iceprisma saying I just have to do something silly because this matchup is so good against Lad. So subliminal messaging, drawing a card, subliminal messaging, drawing another card. Gaining a credit.
Okay, so going for an archive run.
Ouch.
Oh, iceprisma saying good game.
Oh!
Oh, there's
Oh!
two owners there. Okay,
Oh!
that's the end.
Okay. That was a
Surprise ending.
oh, okay.
There you have it, folks. You're a champion.
GG.
Yeah,
Well,
great.
congratulations to the soccer. What?
Yeah, that's their
amazing.
action. What? Congratulations. What?
Yeah.
The king has it. The king has it. That has returned.
Yep. I mean, yeah, definitely back-to-back APAC champion, and like certainly an amazing game. Looking very, very strong, and sudden ending.
Yeah.
Ice Prisoner saying 3 market forces in hand.
Ah. Okay. Okay. So they're trying to land 2 with 2 tags. I see.
And Soccer saying the drip is too real for this reality. Try to land 2 tags. Yeah, makes sense.
This drip, don't quit.
Yes.
As I said before, I wouldn't be surprised if I was surprised by this game, and I was.
It's it appears that Lat is suddenly turning into a beast.
Yeah.
You don't need SMC. You
Yes.
you just need to be able to find whatever you want with Into the Depths.
Yes.
So
Lat bought a boat.
Yeah.
It's impressive. I wouldn't have thought it, but very cool.
Yeah, it is super cool.
So, do you think we'll see more shapers not just ignoring SMC?
I think.
As cool as SMC is, I hope so. I think it's fun.
I think
we're
that.
hoping that we can do a chat with Zorka and iceprisma.
Yeah,
That would be very
that'd be
cool.
awesome. Yeah, and also I think for like the MC, I think this also like kind of proves that you can build like a very very solid shaper that without like auto including SMC. Because for a lot of people, especially even me, like when I think of a shaper deck, like it has to have 3 SMCs, right? It's a shaper deck.
I'm especially impressed that Clot is effective without SMC. Like, that's really cool to be able to use into the depths to pull out the Clot, and then the
Symbol
just
chip
two
is a
symbol
card.
chips. Just 2 of them is enough. It's really impressive that works. Very cool.
Yeah, and I think this also shows like the power of Lat as an identity. Just like it's almost always a free draw.
Like, you used to need to be like Adam to get that one free draw return, and it's quite interesting. Hello, I hear someone has joined.
The
Hello?
champ has arrived.
Is that
Hey.
Zorka?
How's it going?
Hello, congratulations.
Thank you. Is my audio okay?
Yes.
Awesome.
I bet.
Did we add Ice Prisma on here? I'd love to have him come on as well.
Not yet. I would love
Okay.
to have iceprisma to. I'm not sure whether they are set up to join, but I will just ask. In the meantime, congratulations. That's an amazing performance, and also after last year as well. Would you like to talk about?
Yeah, I got to defend the title. I'm very, very, very happy about that. Coming into APAC the goal was always top 4, but winning was, definitely something I'm very happy about. It's a little bit of a luck sack for in terms of the top cut, I think, because I think runners are just so good, and a lot of corps have very, very difficult times trying to beat runners. So like my expectation was try to like the R plus was a really left field deck. Nobody was expecting it. We kept it in secret for really, really tight for a long time until now. And like even if people knew the deck, I probably don't know how to play against it and all that jazz. So I was expecting to hopefully make it through Swiss, and then I knew that in the cut, once decklists were revealed, it should be very, very runner favored, and you just got to roll the dice to see if you get to run. So yeah, you can see it in round 1 of the cut. You can see all 4 games were runner wins. In round 2 of the cut, there were 2 corp wins and 2 runner wins. 1 corp win being my Reality Plus against Odol Smoke, which is a specific matchup that is heavily Reality Plus favored. And then the other win was a Reeducation Neurospike win against the Sable, which Reeducation Neurospike will sometimes do that. And then again, round 3 of the cut, 3 runner wins. And then basically it was all runner wins except for those 2 that I just said, and also the Reality Plus game that iceprisma played against the Hoshiko on stream, where we got to see Market Forces get played 7 times, and I'm very, very happy to see that happen.
I would love iceprisma to join, but I can't see how to give the permissions at the moment. Can I ask, like, I think you test together, so how long have you been, like, what was the development process for both of you like?
So we actually don't test together per se. We're going to start testing together. So I'm in a group called Unbanned, which is like the core of the group was Bridgman, Rustrider, and Tempest. And then I kind of joined as myself and the King joined as the fourth and fifth, and then the group has kind of expanded from there. But basically, what happened was, I think a week ago, Axwell, who was in this tournament, Axwell had joined the group because he was friends with Bridgman. So he joined the group. We were testing the Reality Plus in private for a long time, since release, basically. And then I developed the lat, had a couple edits here and there, but the lat list has pretty much stayed pretty close to the same. Like, I think the core 40 cards of the lat list out of 45 were the same throughout the first creation of the deck. So we were playing that, and basically I knew that I was going to be playing in this tournament in Asia Pacific Continentals, because I moved to Vancouver in 2 days. So I knew that I'd be playing here, and I decided I'd be bringing these two decks. In our testing, the lat always beat the Reality Plus, and that's why, like, going into this matchup, that was the case. Was that I knew that this lat is heavily favored against Reality Plus, so it was kind of worrying in a sense that if I actually lost game one, then it's highly likely that I lose game two, because the lat is so favored against this R plus. Just because it's just like a drip-filled deck, and that's the way you beat the R plus. But anyways, I was going to bring these two decks, and then Axwell asked if him and his friend iceprisma could play these two decks as well. So at that point, I was like, okay, like, might as well just bring your friend into the group as well. So brought iceprisma into the group. Both of them played the same decks that I played today. The only difference in the decks, as you have mentioned, is that iceprisma and Axwell both have a nanotech instead of an Ika, and that's simply because I made the change last minute and I forgot to tell them. So there isn't like a some kind of disagreement there, really, that I know of. At least it was just a change was made. I forgot to tell them, but otherwise we'd be on totally identical decks. So yeah, that's a bit of the background of how both of us end up on the same decks. Bit of background of the two decks. I did know that, because I think iceprisma didn't play too many games with the decks, because they only got the lists, I think, 2 days before the decklist submission deadline. So yeah, they weren't too familiar with the deck, or at least not nearly as familiar as I was. So big congratulations to him for finishing.
I think iceprisma
as well.
is here. So yeah, very big congratulations. And if you wanted to say a little bit about your experience of the tournament.
Yes, will do. Hello all. Our tournament was amazing. And first of all, I want to thank you for all the organizers. In the Swiss, my runner deck carried me, basically. Just like Sokka said, I didn't have too much time to practice with those decks. And the corp deck is kind of hard to play. But luckily I managed to win all my games with the runner, so it carried me to the top cut. And after the top cut, it was amazing to battle with these people, and my honor to lose the final against Sokka, who had made these lists.
Very cool. Your game with the many market forces was certainly amazing to watch. How were you thinking about that during that game?
It went like a dream. I haven't played so many, market forces before, and I bet I will never play so many market forces in one game for a long time.
I was watching through the stream. Every time you played Archive Memories, I put a big smile on my face.
and then we were like, no, not again.
Yes,
Uh,
it was pretty amazing.
Yeah, and there was also like a bit of resurgence of Tag Me coming into this, which was just like a big stroke of luck. Because again, this is a deck that we've been working on ever since Drago was revealed as a card. So we've been working on this for a while. And then basically what happened was Bridgman was working on this, and then I built a lat. I was like, Shaper looks good. I'll throw this lat deck together. And then when he wanted to test this Prison R Plus deck, I would play against it with the lat and I would beat him. And then he like lost faith in the deck. And then I picked it back up again, changed a couple slots, and then I brought it here. And yeah, so we've been working on it for a long time. And basically in like the couple days before the Decklist submission deadline, Tag Me started picking up steam, and like people were starting to play Tag Me, and out of Hoshiko, out of Zaya, we see one it's not really Tag Me, but the person playing Alice, I think Bing was playing Alice with Obelisk, Hot Pursuit, and Counter Surveillance, but it kind of looked like they were playing it more as tech rather than Tag Me being their primary game plan. But anyways, Tag Me started picking up, and everybody was saying like, oh, like, you know, nobody plays more than one copy of Market Forces, and nobody plays Self-Growth Program, and I had to stay very quiet and be very disciplined, and it was very difficult. But basically, the lesson is if somebody walks up to your door and hands you a pile of gold, you say, "Thank you, I've been expecting this," and then you close the door.
Yep.
So congratulations to both of you, because you will both be playing in the Intercontinentals. So that'll be in 3 weeks. So how you feel defending your Intercontinental champion, getting a chance to defend your title?
I'm excited. I'm looking forward to it. I know that we're going to be I know that people are going to want to test a lot, and I don't know how much time I'm going to have to do that, because as some of you may know, I'm driving out to Vancouver in 2 days, and then I'm going to be, I'm basically like going to be visiting some people, setting up, living in a new residence, and then law school starts on the 31st. So, and then like I think Continentals is like on the 10th, or Intercontinentals is on the 10th.
Yep.
Maybe even later than that. So, it's not. Sorry, it's on the 10th and 11th. One of those days is Intercontinentals, and I will have like, there's already been a week and a half of law school, and I don't know how much time I'll have to play. So, yeah, maybe I'll be able to find some time to whip something up and respond to however Americas and Euros responds to this lat. But really excited. Really excited to try to defend it.
Yeah, it is gonna be interesting how the other regions going to respond to the essentially the top two decks used by the top two players right now for APAC Continentals. So let's see if they're gonna basically pick up these decks or try to do something to attack against these decks. Overall, it's going to be very, very fun to see leading up all the way to the Intercontinentals.
Yeah, I really want to say this. The lat deck, I said this in chat earlier, but I have not found a lat deck that can put up a decent fight I've not found a corp deck that can put up a decent fight against this lat. The econ engine is just way too strong. The boat, like the whole thing is just really, really good. If somebody finds a corp deck that can reasonably compete against this lat, please let me know. And like the issue is, a lot of people might say, like, okay, like you can get a lucky draw playing Sports Metal, or you can get a lucky draw playing like Re-Education Neurospike or Drago Seamless Boom, or you could, or like maybe you can even start the game with some kind of ob mad boom combo. But aside from those high rolly decks, who can sometimes win a game against it, I have not found a deck that can consistently put up a good fight against this lat deck, and that includes the R+. So, but I do really want Drago to not exist, because an uninteractive way of giving the runner a tag means that it just means misery, and I hope that we showcase that on stream today. I know that people might say that, like, since the lat beats the R+, then R+ isn't a concern. But the issue is, if you're not playing Rezeki Drip Tapworm Lat, well, I mean, like, it doesn't need to be Tapworm, but you need to be playing 3 copies of Rezeki, and you need to be playing, like, 3 copies of Pad Tap. You don't necessarily have to be Lat, but Lat makes it much, much better. Also, Lat is just a good ID, but yeah, if you're not playing 3 copies of Rezeki, it's really hard to beat this R+ deck, and it's not a fun experience either to get Market Forces played against you 7 times.
I believe that sounds like a challenge, EU and Americas.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
I'd
Honestly, yeah. If you find a corp deck that beats this lat, let me know.
I'd love to try playing against the lat. I almost beat the lat in the finals, and my corp deck is designed to kill shapers. Was the intention?
Yeah, that's
That was a really
that's an
hard game
interesting.
against maninthemoon.
Yeah, that's an interesting discussion to be had, because I look at I look at your ob list, and like, personally, I don't see it, because you, like, the econ is just so good, right? You set up your pad taps and Rezekis. Like, shapers have creative commission. We've also got the 1x Parisha in here for matchups like this.
Yeah,
where
that
we
was
can,
big.
yeah. So
That was
Yeah, and I
I did
just didn't
these
find
two.
my Reshekis at the time. Basically, it was more
Mhm.
fun
Yeah.
to play against your deck without Reshekis. Even then, I have that. Was it
Mhm.
Parisia
Yeah.
or what kind of program that can trash assets?
Yeah, it's not something I was expecting. It worked really effectively, and it's the type of thing
Yeah.
too where I was in a position to almost win because of the time. I wasn't trying to play slow, but I don't know that it would have worked if there was unlimited time. I definitely felt on the back foot in that situation.
Yeah, I'll definitely say that the Parisha makes that matchup much, much better. And also, there's like there's synergy with Into the Depths. Like, I haven't watched your guys' game yet, but I'm probably gonna check out that replay after, because I'm very interested to see what happened. But playing Into the Depths to pass a piece of ice, and then using Into the Depths to install Parisha, and then immediately using the Parisha to trash an asset is so good.
Yeah, I just did it.
Yeah, when I got into that game and I looked at the list, I was like, Parisha, and I was like, no, somebody thought ahead.
Yeah, I'll shout out to Bridgman for that one. I used to have 1 copy of SMC, and then he convinced me to swap it for the Parisha, and it's a very, very good tech slot.
Well played, well designed deck. This was
Yes,
fun to watch.
it was. It was very, very fun to watch. Is it- Yes.
Did people have final thoughts or anything that they would like to say?
Ooh, I'll take this opportunity to give a shameless plug to my own YouTube channel. I
Definitely.
have recorded. I have a deck intro video talking about my 2 decks, if you haven't heard enough already. There's also, I recorded my own games, and they have all been posted except for the grand finals, which I will be posting momentarily. So they're all on my YouTube channel at Sako234. And yeah, you can find my games there. You can see my hand, see my decision making. I try to do a little bit of commentary as well. So yeah, check that out.
How about iceprisma?
Once again, I would like to thank the tournament organizers and of course the streamers and lovely people that played in this tournament. That's all. It was a pleasure.
It was a pleasure to watch all of you play as well. And
Thank you.
also, I guess we're rounded up with maninthemoon.
I'd love to just put a special plug out to Yasengren for staying up like so late both nights.
Yeah.
And
Agreed.
being the judge. I think that just extra special thanks for that.
Definitely. I think we'd all really like to thank the TO today, Jeffrey Sengren, and yesterday, and the judges, and also thank all of the people who played, because you provided all of the entertainment and the interesting plays. So thank you so much for that. So this was the 2022 Asia Pacific Continental Championships. Congratulations again to Soka, and thank you all, and we might say goodbye.
Thank you. I would like to give a shout out to my co-host as well, and also to everyone who organized and set up this event. It's for me. It's very nice to see this game. It just keeps on running. This game just keeps on running, and it's very nice. And it's very, yeah. I really like this game a lot. So it's nice to see that it's still going after all these years.
Oh, I have one more shout out. Shout out to Worlds 2022 happening in person in Toronto on October 7 to 9. If you are on the fence about going, I'd highly encourage you to go. In-person Netrunner tournaments are an absolute blast. Worlds, there's so many people who are going to be there. You're going to meet a lot of people who enjoy the same hobby as you. So if you're concerned that you don't have enough experience, or you're concerned that you don't know anybody else that's going, I know a lot of people have always said that just going, even if you don't know anyone, even if you don't think that you're going to do that well, it's always a really good experience, and you're going to have a lot of fun.
Yep. I'd like to say thank you everyone, and also thank you everyone for watching. Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye.
See you next time.